Good afternoon. This is a special meeting of the Cameron County Commissioners Court, the 17th day of September, 2009. It is now 3:30 p.m. As we do all meetings, we'll start with an invocation, followed by a pledge of allegiance to the U.S. flag and the Texas flag. Who is here to do an invocation? Who feels saintly today?
Martha. Martha's here.
Martha? Then I'd like to ask Mr. Joe Gavito to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to both flags.
Dear Lord, we gather before you once again. We ask for your continued guidance. May you continue to be our rock and our fortress and our pillar of strength. May we continue to look for you to look to you for guidance. May we continue to thank you each and every day of our lives for the gift and breath of life that you give us. We pray in your name. Amen.
Amen. Joe, to the U.S. flag and the Texas flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you all. Do I hear a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. To discuss the following items. Consult with Commissioners Court concerning the status of the amended and restated Isla Blanca Park concession and lease agreement. Didn't bring my glasses. With the Laguna Madre Enhancement Group, signed August the 15th, 2006, pursuant to Code Section 551.0712. Item B, confer with Commissioners Court Legal Counsel concerning Victor H. Tamayo, Saul Villafranco, Travis Stoops, Jesse Montalvo, Daniel Cruz, and Elizabeth Avitia versus Cameron County Civil Service Commission and Sheriff Omar Lucio in his official capacity, cause number 2008-8-004419B, for discussion and authority to represent Cameron County. Sheriff Omar Lucio in his official capacity pursuant to Code Section 551.071, 1A and 2. Item C, deliberation regarding real property concerning the concession agreement with South Padre Island Water Park Limited pursuant to Code Section 551.072. To come out of the executive session, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Item A, consult with Commissioners Court concerning the status of the amended and restated Isla Blanca concession and lease agreement with Isla Blanca with Laguna Madre Enhancement Group, signed on August 15, 2006. First of all, let me hear a motion to acknowledge report of counsel. And then a second, then I'll have counsel explain the status of the lease and the lawsuit. Can I hear a motion to acknowledge his report? By Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Wood. And the reason, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item
Well,
carries.
I'd wait till after the presentation, the vote.
No, we're just acknowledging what we talked about in there.
Okay.
Okay, now we can go ahead and listen. And the reason we're going to do this is because the commitment was made by this court to keep, do everything above, an open session, so that anybody that has any input can do that at this point. So Richard, go for it.
Okay, Judge and Commissioners, the status of the, first of all, let's just discuss the status of the Laguna Madre Enhancement lease with Cameron County. And the status of that lease is that it is still ongoing and pending. It is a valid lease right now. The lawsuit that was just dismissed by the 13th Court of Appeals concerning that lease did not dismiss the lease or did not terminate the lease. It just terminated the lawsuit, which was for a declaratory judgment on that lease. However, while the lawsuit was pending, the periods in the lease, the planning period and the construction periods, were told. That means they did not, for every day the lawsuit was pending, the lease was continued a day. Okay, so by my calculations, when the lease was, this amended lease was signed on August 15, 2006. Initially, there was a planning period, and the planning period would have terminated on December 31st, 2007. But by virtue of this ongoing lawsuit, and once third parties intervened, it had the effect, once the court dismissed the case and the dismissal became final, then it started that planning period running again, and the planning period now ends May 7th, 2010. Now, under the terms of the lease, you can look at the lease, but under the terms of the lease, once the planning period ends, either the lessee, that is Laguna Madre Enhancement Group, they either have to begin construction of the first hotel or pay the county $30,000 to extend that period 1 year. Okay? Now, and if you want me to, I'll explain the order, but the court, there is also a requirement in the lease that for those of you that are familiar with the lease, it's the very last numbered section of the lease. It has a precondition before the construction period can begin. Laguna Madre Enhancement Group must obtain a court order declaring that the intended purposes of the lease are legal purposes. In other words, they are a hotel or motel, and if authorized, a gambling casino can be constructed on that property. Those are the two conditions that Laguna Madre must meet in order to begin construction. One, they have to have that order, and they must do it by 2010, May 7th, 2010, and if they don't do that, they can extend it till May 7th, 2011. But then
So if they don't start construction or something, they can't start anything until they get the court order, is that correct?
they can't begin constructing until they get the order. That's correct.
Okay,
And
so-
that order is not something that this court gives.
That is correct. It's
That
a
order is an order that is a judicial court would give.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so if they get the order and they do not start 2010, they pay the county X amount of dollars to give them a 1-year extension?
Yes,
And
of the
if-
planning period then.
Pardon me?
That would be an extension of the planning period.
Correct. And if they don't do anything by 2011, then the lease dies?
No, they can pay $100,000 to extend the construction period, or the lease dies.
Okay.
They would be the language "the lease dies" really isn't appropriate. It would put them in a condition of default, is what the appropriate language would be.
Okay.
And if they don't get the order, then nothing.
They're in default.
Then that's a condition of
Yeah,
default.
So those are the two.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, thanks, Richard. Now, there's a couple of folks that signed up for public comment to, where's Mr. Lee? I haven't seen you in 3 years. Welcome back. Anyway, when we get to the public comment, we all can do that, okay? All right. Item B, confer with Commissioners Court Legal Counsel concerning Victor Tamayo and a whole bunch of other folks. Do I hear a motion to authorize our civil division to represent Cameron County?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wood, second by
Second.
Commissioner Gatz. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
But I'd like to
Any op-
first say that that's no relation to me, the person listed there, and I vote yes.
Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, item carries. Item C, deliberation regarding real property concerning the concession agreement with South Padre Island Water Park Limited. Do I hear a motion to acknowledge report of council?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wood, second by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, item carries. Public comments, we have 3 public comments. One to discuss the budget, and we can do that at the time that we're discussing the budget, if that's okay, unless you want to do it now. And the other 2, I'm assuming is to talk about the lease. First one, Mr. Davis Rankin, formerly with KURV. Formerly with KURV.
25 years with KURV.
Davis, welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Davis Rankin. I live at 1308 Westway in McAllen, and I have a statement. I'm here on behalf of property owners who care South Padre Island, and I have a statement which I gave to this lady, and I have copies I can give to you all if you would like. We continue our opposition to leasing public parkland for development by private business for its own purposes and for profit. And we would remind the public that the lease with Laguna Madre Enhancement Group eliminates public access to and your ability to park at Isla Blanca Park and the beach, and to park at the beach, and that's in contradiction, we feel, with the Texas Open Beaches Act. And the lease ignores express deed restrictions providing the land to the county for public park purposes. The lease also, even if, it seems to me you could argue that, and we would argue that even if you think it's a good idea, this proposed development, that the lease is not beneficial to the county and appears more like a sale than a lease. It's a 50-year base lease plus another 50 years at the sole discretion of the developer. The county has nothing to say about it. It gives the developer an easement, which is a superior right to land owned and maintained by the county near or adjacent to the leased premises. Subleases by the developer do not require your approval, do not require approval by the county. The county has no right to the developer's annual audit, even though you get paid out of revenues. The developer may pledge the lease and the leased premises to secure a debt without the county's approval. The developer can authorize gaming, a casino is what you hear mostly, for the premises without the county's agreement. Not only does the lease, we feel, threaten public land in Cameron County, but the scope and breadth of the lease exceeds reasonable and justifiable practices for county government. And because of the appeals court ruling, which your lawyer just told you about, the lease cannot be implemented, and it gives, in our view, it gives you all a second look, a second chance to reconsider what would be, we think, a terrible deal for the county and for South Padre Island, for the public and public beach land, and that you all should just walk away from the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Davis. And let me address that real quick because that question was asked. I called it, can we walk away or cancel this? And Richard, you want to address that?
Well, the lease says we can't just walk away from it because that would be a breach, and the lessee would have the ability to sue to enforce the lease if we did that. There has to be a default or a condition of default in order for the county to end the lease. And in my opinion, those two, either not meeting a construction deadline or making the payment would be one condition of default that would give this court the ability to end the lease. Secondly, if the lessee doesn't comply with that very last provision in the lease, which requires them to get a court order before they begin construction, at some point they're either going to have to begin construction, and they're going to have to, no matter how many delay payments they make, and at that point, and before they can actually begin construction, they will have to have an order of the court. That's what the lease requires. So it can be terminated on those conditions, but we can't just unilaterally terminate it without expecting litigation.
Thank you. Thank you, Davis.
Thank you.
Delton Lee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. Thank you for your time, and Judge, thank you very much. Mr. Burse, that's the best I've ever heard of an explanation of that lease situation. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I appreciate what Davis said also. Basically, my name's Delton Lee. I'm here to represent the Friends of Isla Blanca Park on the lease issue. We've gone a few rounds on this subject, and I know you guys know where I stand and where we stand as a whole. And basically, we still don't want to see that property, any county properties that are used for public park use only, to be turned into further commercial development properties, because we can't get that back. And I lived in Hawaii quite a number of years ago, and they ran into the same situation that we're dealing with right now. And a group of homeowners had to buy a bunch of land together in order to keep a park in their neighborhood that wasn't being turned over by the local government to developers. And it's the only park for about 5 miles in any direction. Because of their farsightedness, their vision for the future, there's a community park And they maintain that park from A to Z. They have some great fundraisers you guys would enjoy, a giant hula show, and it's just pretty interesting. But the key to this whole thing right here is that we have a long-term lease that looks like it can be enforced, according to what you're saying, right, Mr. Burse? That
Yes.
the lease can be enforced?
Yes, well,
But it has a couple of
if the conditions are met that I discussed,
Yeah,
yeah.
it has the omissions in case they fail to meet their part of the obligation. Our concern is that what's happened to South Padre Island with public properties is that with all the private properties that are on the beachfront, as well as the public properties that we have, it's getting more and more difficult to have direct access to the Gulf side of the beach in particular, as well as the Laguna Madre side. You can't just go on somebody's piece of property unless you have their gate code at their condominium or their hotel and park your car and walk through their property to go use what the Texas General Land Office calls a public beach. And it looks like the same group of same type of developers are doing the same thing to the further north part of the beach, and they want to do some pretty interesting stuff that we've been looking into that they're talking about. So what happens is you get further and further and further distance-wise where you have no public restrooms for people on the beach to utilize. You have no public access where you have any parking. It's very difficult for any kind of emergency personnel to get there. I mean, we've got a whole list of items that it starts like a domino effect when you start packing the beach with nothing but basically private access to a public beach. And our concern is the valley is not going to get smaller. At least that's our hope. So it's only going to get more congested. If you've ever been to an East Coast beach, you'll know what I'm talking about. New Jersey or somewhere like that, it's phenomenally difficult to get there and to utilize a public property, and that's our concern. So needless to say, we're on I understand the track of the way this is going and everything, but we still want to see reason in this and the further planning of it so that the opportunity for the growth that we expect, the economic diversity that needs to happen, all comes together so that people can still utilize what is a heritage. This is not just us trying to meet a budget. The Golden Goose can get plucked to the point where you can't even pay your bills with the Golden Goose Park anymore. So we're real interested in the resolution of this. We wish it never would have happened to begin with, especially on such long terms. 99 years, none of us are going to be here for that. But our heirs will be, and that's the point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and there's not a whole lot we can do about what happened in the past, but we can keep it from happening in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome back. Ms. Garzoria, would you like to make your comments now, or would you like to wait till we start talking about the budget? However you want to do it. I can't hear you.
Yes.
It'll be somewhat long, I'm afraid. We have a lot of people wanting to talk. Okay.
What's your name?
Leticia Garzoria. Let's talk about the budget and the tax rate. And that will be followed by Mary Helen Flores. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners and judge and the audience. My name is Leticia Perez Garzoria, and I was given a copy of the budget after you said I could look at it, and it's very thick, very numerous, and I went through several pages, of which I'm looking at some things that we might be able to take a second look at. Okay. Noticing a great deal of expenditures that go to personnel, $345,000 of overtime, extra contract help, large car allowances, a large amount of revenue fluctuates within the county, mainly accounting for bridges and parks in revenue. Three things that I look at in overtime, because that's a big chunk.
That was in the sheriff's office, correct? I think most of it.
I believe so. How I would look at your overtime, it was, I think no, not necessarily the sheriffs. I think some of it is even other personnel. I would recommend cross-training your personnel so that one department who is slow and doesn't have any work at that time, that worker can be sent to another area because they've had the time to go ahead and train. You've got one person that can do 2 jobs, one person that can do 3 jobs or 2.5 jobs. So you are not using up a lot of $345,000 is a lot of money. But if you get in there and cross-train your people, I think you can eliminate some of that high expenditure. As Mexico's civil unrest and the drug wars are being fought across the river, the amount of citizens crossing into Mexico will be greatly diminished now and in the near future. We do not know what's going to happen to Mexico, but we do know that we live right across the border. And we have had recent shots being fired on this side, which we've gotten, and that is nothing that we want to continue or we want to experience anymore. I would suggest increasing the toll of the bridges from 65 cents for the pedestrians to $1, from $2.50 to $3.50 to cars and motorcycles, and $2 more for the axle wheel trucks, commercial trucks. And my rationale is this. When cigarette smokers were paying $2 a pack, and now they're paying $5, has anybody stopped smoking? They're still smoking. The answer is no. People will find a way to finance their needs and their desires. Somehow they'll come across and they will be able to do what's necessary to keep them going. The county is dependent on the bridge revenues and needs to scrutinize this situation much more closely. Another thing I looked at is car allowances. There should be a monitoring system whereby this county personnel who goes to a particular site to see a client on county business can sign off on this particular visit, much like nurses sign off when they do client visits. You've got to sign off that you got there, you actually saw the client, and you took 30 minutes to see that client, and so forth. As leaner times are ahead of us at an indefinite period, we must proceed making conservative changes wherever applicable and possible. And in conclusion, we would not need a tax hike if this county ran its business more cost-effective and more taxpayer-friendly. And that's what I have to say. Thank you, Commissioners and Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Helen Flores?
I have copies of my comments for each of you up here if you want them. My name is Mary Helen Flores, and I'm a resident of Cameron County. I'm here to again voice my protest of the lease of Isla Blanca Park to the Laguna Madre Enhancement Group. I am opposed to the use of our public parkland for the long-term private development that is in this lease. The difference between other concessionaires in the park and this particular concessionaire is that this one in its contract permanently takes 26 acres of our public parkland and has rights to the rest of the park should gambling ever be legalized. This particular concessionaire in its contract also binds the county to legally defend its right to do so. This lease was originally formulated in 2005 under the direction of former County Judge Gilberto Hinojosa without any public notice or input, at least not any that I or others could find. To be clear, this lease was amended after intense public outcry and media scrutiny to reduce the acreage to be developed. However, it still contains a right of reversion clause, which puts the entire park at risk of being paved over by this concessionaire should gambling be legalized. The deal that was made by the former administration is wrong, and you have the opportunity now to make it right for the public which you serve. To address the root of the issue, which is that the county needs to generate revenue to overcome chronic budget shortfalls in the park system, our system should be run like the very important business that it is, with the very important stakeholders that it has. Continued shortfalls, mismanagement, neglect of resources, and lack of accountability must not be tolerated any longer. There's absolutely no reason that the beach park should be in the dismal condition they're currently in, with inadequate plumbing, tattered caution flags that never change from red, ancient signage, decrepit facilities, poorly handled litter control, etc. There should not have been any expansion of the park system prior to getting the original parks in good working condition. I believe we must demand positive results from the park administration hired to do this work. Football coaches only get one season to prove their worth. Cameron County should use the same approach in the oversight of our park system. This is too important to leave to political favoritism. We need and deserve to have park management with a successful track record. Our county beach parks are irreplaceable natural resources which have been deeded to the residents and visitors of Cameron County for such use, and it is your duty to protect, preserve, and maintain them in good order. The leasing out of our public parkland to private developers is an unacceptable and irreversible solution to a problem that is fixable. The entire north end of South Padre Island is for sale to the highest bidder. Please let these types of master plans and projects be paid for by private developers on private land and not by the taxpayers of Cameron County on our public parkland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any other public comments? People who did not sign in that wish to speak? Okay. Item 4, presentation of resolutions. Item A, presentation of the annual report by the Cameron County Historical Commission.
Judge, Commissioners, I'm Larry Law. I'm the previous president or chairman of the Cameron County Historic Commission, and I would like to introduce a few people here and then introduce the new chairman. Joe Gavito, who's the treasurer, Norman Rosef, who's the secretary, Mary Torres, who is the current president, and Peter Goodman, who works on restorations. And I'd like to turn it over now to Mary Torres to give you just a brief report on the previous year.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mary Torres. I'm from Harlingen. As Larry mentioned, I am the current chair of the Cameron County Historical Commission for 2009 and 2010. The mission of the commission is to coordinate and supervise historic preservation in the entire county under the direction of the Commissioners Court. The Historical Commission is made up of 23 members from throughout the county. We have members from Santa Rosa, Rio Hondo, San Benito, Harlingen, Brownsville, La Feria, and Port Isabel. We assist with applications for historic markers for buildings and cemeteries, and we also handle requests for road name changes. We work closely with historical societies in this area and museums and the Texas Tropical Trail region as well. Want to thank you for allowing me to speak. We've received awards from the Texas Historical Commission for excellence in preservation for the last 4 years, and I would like to submit our annual report and list of members. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Mr. Gooden?
Honorable Judge, Commissioners, what I'd like to do is give you a brief overview of that wonderful building across the street that you look at in its current state, known as the Lyseca store, and what we think we can help happen with it, and what we'd love to see the county get involved with doing now that the county owns it.
Oh, just so we know, you're on item B now?
That's item B, yes.
Okay, I
Correct.
thought you were going to talk about that. Let me just hear an acknowledgement of the report. By Commissioner Tamayo, second by Commissioner Gatsa. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, item carries. Thank you for all the work that you do. I tell a lot of people don't realize that Cameron County, Brownsville, the biggest asset is its history, and I wish we could do more to salvage all these old buildings that we have. Okay, now we go to item B, presentation regarding the Lyseca store.
Okay.
Okay.
The Lyseca store is one of our most important buildings and one of our most neglected ones. The most amazing thing about it is that it was built in 1887 and remained a store until the late 1970s. So we put together just a short overview of it for you. The Brown Lyseca building is important as a surviving example of a type of neighborhood-scale corner store building once typical of Brownsville. It derives architectural distinction from its double-gabled roof, its scallop wood ornament, and its double-leaf doors. This is a quote from Stephen Fox. Stephen, as most of you may know, is a fellow at Rice University, the biggest expert on border architecture, and is from Brownsville. In fact, his mom still lives here. So we asked Stephen for a quote. Because what we're trying to impress you with is why this building should be saved and why this building should be renovated when there are so many others that, of course, need help as well. One of the other important things that came out is that the building derives additional significance from its associations with James G. Brown and Domingo Lyseca and his children. Brown became a merchant, a cattle rancher, founder of the First National Bank of Brownsville, served as an alderman of the city of Brownsville, and as sheriff of Cameron County. I don't know that that was his office across the street, but it was his store at some time. Built in 1887, the Lyseca family kept the hardware store going. And by the way, the Lyseca family took it over from Brown in 1921. And so they kept it open from 1921 until, as known as the El Globo Chiquito, until the late 1970s. And that's from the Historic American Building Survey. Let me just go through that survey a little bit. Some of the unique things is those doors, this photograph was taken in 1977 by the HABs, the Historic American Building Survey folks. Those doors are original to the building, they're still there. Same thing with the shutters, and what's unique is you know, most retail stores, hardware or otherwise, rip out all of that and put in glass, big glass windows, display windows. Not the Lyseca store, it stayed as original. Same thing with the inside doors. I can't promise you any of the hardware is still there, but all the essentials of the building itself are still there. These are the original drawings from the HABs folks. By the way, that little shed towards the right is an add-on. We don't think there's any historic significance, and that was not built, that add-on to the right was, that lower add-on was not built in 1887. Is the floor plan, and we think it would make a fine office space, of course, for the Historical Commission, and a great meeting place for folks, from Cameron County, folks from this office. It's 1,400 square feet, and it's directly across the street. So as an added space for everybody to use, we think it would be a great asset. That's what it looked like yesterday. Yesterday, at that time being 1977. There we have it today. And that's what it will look like when it's rehabbed. By the way, that's the first photograph I took when I came down to Brownsville in 1976. So I remember it very well. And it was in incredible condition in 76. It was still open, obviously. And that's what it can look like again. That's what it should look like again, minus that little shed in the back. And it'd be a great building for the county to make, I think, wonderful use of and for the community. So we just wanted to give you a little heads up and have it in the back of your mind of what we're trying to do and why this building is special.
Thank you, Peter. I asked Peter to give us a presentation when we visited a few weeks ago about this particular building. You know which one it is? It's the one where we park across the street. I asked him to did you get with Pete Sepulveda on that? Did you visit with the Larry as well? Because I know we talked. We need to try to find the resources to bring that up. The roof needs repair. We can do a lot of that probably with your help and with internal resources. I don't know what the court's wishes are. This is just a report just to give us this, but I think at some point, I'd like to put something on the agenda to specifically address this building, or else at the next major storm, it's going to go away. So we need to just kind of take care of that, okay?
This is a great little building, and I know, Larry, you've been involved, as many of us have, in restoration of older buildings in Brownsville. Do you have some type of budget that you think it's going to take to restore this building so that we know where we're going and what we
Often
need to
you
do?
encounter a building and you wonder what state it's in. Sometimes you get a building that's in pretty good shape, sometimes it's in poorer shape, sometimes it's reaching its last hours. This building is not in its last hours, it's 11:59, as the judge mentioned, and it's 12 o'clock is when it collapses. It's in really precarious state. But because it's such a simple building in its construction, it means it's also relatively easy to restore. I mean, relatively for a historic building. And it would be a building that would lend itself to be done over time, in-house, after it's just stabilized. And that stabilization would probably cost maybe in the, I don't know, the $40,000, $50,000 range. And then you have plenty of time to work on it, raise funds. But it is such a rare survival of this type of building. It would be a shame to see it lost, even though things are very difficult, we understand, financially. So, and I'd be glad to volunteer my time, and we could work with people in the county, maybe doing it in-house. There are lots of ways of doing it. So.
When you talk about stabilizing it, are you referring to the foundation?
Emergency stabilization usually refers to keeping the rain out of the interior. So it means, in this case, probably rebuilding some of the rotted structural pieces, the studs, some of the roof structure, the boards, and then putting a roof on it so that the water doesn't just absolutely soak it. In our environment, a wooden structure, once you lose the roof, we've just been lucky, it's been such a dry year. Once you lose the roof, and that has been lost, it doesn't take long for a building finally, once it gets soaked and waterlogged, then the termites just move in immediately. So it has relatively little time. The emergency stabilization is working on the studs and the structures and making sure it has a new roof.
So you've already evaluated that?
We have been through it, and because it is so simple, it's pretty easy to see the rotted sections. In a lot of historic buildings, you don't really see them until you get into them and you're halfway through the project. So we had a contractor who works with us on a lot of buildings just go take a look at it to just kind of get a thumbnail, get an idea. But we'll have to do more analysis. But basically what we're talking about is just being able to save it and then move in a collaborative way for the long-term stabilization.
So you're more or less looking at a phase one and then a phase two.
We're looking at several phases. The phase one is saving the building and keeping it from being a pile of lumber. Emergency, the state would refer to it as emergency stabilization. So.
Yeah, I think the multi-phase, as we know, we use the exhibit room right now for meetings and little things, and sometimes there's conflicts, and the exhibit room was not made for that type of venue. This place would be ideal to set up, really fix it up, make it a meeting room, a little conference room, not only for the Historical Association, but for any elected official or the county that wanted to use it as a meeting place versus the exhibit room. But it does need to be upgraded in terms of everything refinished and centrally aired and heat and the whole deal. But it's a worthy savings. So we'll work on it.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
All. Do I hear a motion to acknowledge report?
So moved.
By Commissioner Tamayo, and by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Item C, presentation of a resolution supporting the establishment of 2 new public transportation routes in San Benito and Western Cameron County by the Lower Rio Grande Development Council, Regional Transit Services.
Good afternoon, Honorable County Judge, Honorable Commission members. My name is Jesus Sáenz. I'm the Assistant Director of the Regional Transit Services for the Lower Rio Grande Valley Development Council. I appreciate you giving me some time today to talk to the Commission asking for a resolution for support concerning these 2 new routes in Cameron County. The LWDC has worked diligently with Harlingen San Benito MPO and its members to develop 2 new routes, which we feel will be beneficial to the citizens of each of those cities and the county as a whole. These routes will serve the cities of San Benito, La Feria, Primera, Santa Rosa, part of Combs, and part of Palm Valley. And we're seeking support as part of this regional process in connecting the Lower Rio Grande Valley with safe, reliable, and consistent public transportation. I believe there's a packet that we sent there with information about the routes, and it briefly explains the fare cost, also service characteristics, and the recommended fare amount. We also have an operating cost that's being covered with state and federal funds and some local matching funds that we found from each of the cities. So they've collaborated to come together for the provision of their citizens to provide them service into and out of Harlingen, into these smaller cities.
Thank you. Are you all doing anything to connect to the Brownsville system somehow?
Yes, actually right now, Route 31 that Brownsville is working on, we're aiming to connect, and the city of San Benito has also asked us to provide a connection to the La Paloma area to kind of connect those individuals there in the rural community along 281 into Brownsville and also into San Benito through a connection there with the city of Brownsville.
Great.
Yeah, all those suggestions came up at our MPO meeting.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So that's,
Good job.
Thank you, Commissioner Amaya. You did provide some information that we used on our draft form, so I appreciate that.
What are the 3 days you're proposing?
Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Commissioner Evans.
and there was a lot of discussion also in the fact that we want to make sure that they do plenty of advertising so people will be aware. We discussed a lot of different formats to follow for outreach.
That's correct.
And I appreciate the fact that, a lot of times an agency will come before us at the MPO and politely say, well, we welcome your suggestions, but they don't always listen. And I appreciate the fact that you did listen, because then I followed up in Santa Rosa when you were there.
That's right.
And you brought up those comments, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Do I hear a motion to acknowledge?
So moved.
And support the resolution by Commissioner Wood, second by Commissioner Tamayo. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you all. Item D, presentation by Dr. James W. Castillo II, Cameron County Health Authority on upcoming influenza season. This is your first presentation, right, as our health authority?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Thank you very much.
We won't grill you too bad.
Welcome you.
Oh,
Come on.
well, thank you so much for allowing me to give some background information and about the upcoming flu season, and specifically about the novel H1N1 version of the flu that we expect to be very prominent this flu season. Just some background about influenza in general. Each year in Texas, seasonal influenza affects between 1 and 5 million people, 16,000 hospitalizations, and 3,000 deaths each year in Texas, 36,000 in the country. That's the typical flu season. To date, with the novel H1N1 virus, in Texas, we've seen 5,200 people confirmed infected, 270 hospitalizations, and 28 deaths. In Cameron County, there's been confirmed around 390 cases. And as the last count was 2 deaths, but more recently 3. The upcoming degree of impact is still unknown, how this virus will play out in the true flu season. The Department of Health is no longer tracking specific cases. The WHO, the World Health Organization, is no longer tracking specific flu cases. We know the flu is pandemic, it's all over, and it's part of the flu now, the flu season. General characteristics of influenza. It typically, after infection, takes 1 to 4 days to start exhibiting symptoms. Patients are typically infectious 1 day before they start to have symptoms, and even longer in children. Fever, headache, cough, sore throats. And H1N1, novel H1N1, there's a higher incidence of vomiting and GI symptoms. And about 50% of individuals who are infected end up having contact with the healthcare system. Most patients experience fever, cough, and in novel H1N1, some GI symptoms are predominant. Affects men and women equally, but what you'll see here is that it tends to have a predominance for people between the ages of 5 and 45, which is outside of your typical influenza. What made this really hit the headlines is the mortality rate in young adults is much higher than would be expected from seasonal flu. It's thought that this new variant, younger people have not seen it yet, their immune systems are not used to it and are more susceptible to major complications. But hopefully targeted non-pharmacological interventions such as cough etiquette, sneezing etiquette, hand washing will help mitigate the impact of the virus and help distribute its incidence rather than allowing for a large surge. That way the health system can respond to it more easily. Typically, the flow through the healthcare system is the patient gets sick, they present to a medical provider. The physician may choose to do a rapid influenza test. And for novel H1N1, whether the result is positive or negative doesn't really determine whether or not you have a diagnosis. So it's best to treat based on history or make the diagnosis based on history. Antiviral medications can help, but they're right now being recommended for patients most at risk for complications, including pregnant women, people with chronic health problems, and those who are hospitalized with severe symptoms, rather than every person who develops influenza-like symptoms. In general, by antivirals, they can help reduce the mortality and decrease the length of symptoms. About the upcoming vaccine, we expect it to be available sometime in mid-October. The targeted priority groups for the vaccine include those at highest risk for complications of H1N1. And those are pregnant women, household contacts caring for infants under 6, infants under 6 cannot receive the vaccine themselves. Children and young people between the ages of 6 and 24, if you remember the age curve of those most susceptible in that range, and adults who have chronic medical problems, and that's where we've seen the highest mortality. Of those people, that makes 159 million Americans who are in that targeted group. Most important, what everybody can do is non-pharmacologic interventions. Cough and sneeze etiquette, hand washing, staying home when we're sick to help distribute the incidence of the infection and help let us respond to this virus easier in the healthcare system. And these have been proven very effective in past pandemic influenzas. Antiviral medications are only one component. Again, non-pharmacologic interventions, things we can all do, are extreme importance, and we're trying to get the word out to people and to the public about what they can do, especially about staying home from work or school when they're ill. Seasonal flu tends to be transferable between one person can infect between 1.2 and 1.4 persons. H1N1 seems to be between 1 and 3.5 persons, so a bit more infectious. How are we going to be conducting surveillance? Really, at this point, the purpose of surveillance is to track the virus itself, see if it's changing, developing resistance, not necessarily to count the number of cases or make a diagnosis. Cameron County has 5 Sentinel sites, which consist of 4 hospitals and 1 clinical site, and we'll be submitting 6 samples weekly to the state labs for surveillance. And this data would be published on the website. And really, it's to help us with planning and logistics and tracking the changes of the virus. So we don't expect to be counting cases and advertising cases. For school planning, we're going to be helping to monitor absenteeism. School closure is really based on the ability of the school to function. If they don't have enough teachers because they're ill, they can't function, that's up to the school whether or not they're able to function. The same thing with absenteeism. And then about how to properly handle children who show up to school ill, about isolation and informing parents and staying home until 24 hours at least after the fevers are gone. Public health messages, again, stressing how important this is for people to develop the habit of practicing good hand hygiene, sneeze and cough etiquette, having a plan of what you're going to do if you become ill, plan to stay home when you get sick, get the flu vaccine. Certainly, if you're a candidate for the seasonal flu vaccine, still get that. But if you're in a group that is a candidate for the H1N1 vaccine, to talk to your healthcare provider about it. When children are ill, not to give them aspirin, and to stay home when they're sick to prevent the spread. And if you're a candidate for the pneumococcal vaccine, to also get that. There's no travel restrictions. It's already spread all over the world. Vaccine is going to be produced at about 94 million doses per week. Those who are candidates include children under 10. They'll require 2 vaccines spread by 30 days. But those over the age of 10, we had wondered whether or not they would require 1 or 2 vaccines. It seems that 1 will be effective to provide immunity at a reasonable percentage for those patients. In terms of availability of our seasonal flu vaccine, state funded. The target's between 6 months and 18 years of age, and the fee is based on a sliding scale. For the H1N1 availability, again, we expect it to be available in mid-October. It's being funded federally in terms of the actual vaccine itself. Again, the number of doses that will be needed and the targeted populations. Again, charging a fee on a sliding scale for administration of the vaccine, and working with local pharmacies on antiviral availability and distribution, encouraging local medical providers to distribute and become a provider for the H1N1 vaccine, working with school districts to monitor absenteeism and to work on providing the vaccine, given that the prime candidates are school-age children, meeting with school officials to help them plan on how we can help facilitate vaccination. And there's been the great use of the internet these days in terms of spreading information, making the guidelines available as soon as possible. Is one of the most amazing tools I've seen so far, how quickly we can update the information and distribute it to the medical community. Thank you very much.
Doctor, just a couple of things.
Yes.
Are protocols in place right now in terms of the vaccine distribution? How you expect to distribute it, either through the school system or local clinics?
We're still working with the school system on how to implement these kind of vaccines. From the health department, we would follow our normal routine for vaccinations and our standard protocols for vaccinations as soon as we have it in stock.
And how many doses of the vaccine do you expect Cameron County to receive?
I think we're still waiting on those numbers. Okay. We don't have it yet.
And is this presentation available on our website?
We can make it available on the website,
I would
yes.
suggest you do so.
We will.
Okay. Any other questions?
It's already there? It's already up on the website.
Is it? Good.
On the H1N1, I know the other one is on a sliding scale fee structure, but do we have any idea of what the charge will be for the administration of the vaccine itself through the health department?
It was, I think we're planning on a sliding scale up, depending on ability to pay, from $0 to $10.
Okay. So $10 the max?
Yeah.
When you do school drives, of course, are those done through school nurses, or will they be done through a health department, or in collaboration?
Both. And we're still working on how to best work with the school district and provide what resources we can to them. I think it's unprecedented what we're trying to accomplish.
Will you be available to come and issue these vaccinations at our social service centers at a price also, like we usually have health fairs and the community comes out? Will you be offering these there?
Yes, Commissioner, we're going to be also doing that. We're going to try to also target large-scale mass vaccinations to also accommodate that. But yes, we will be able to go out there once we get the vaccine in our hands and be able to provide that. So we'll be working with all the communities on how to best distribute the medication, the vaccine, to the public.
Thank you.
You anticipate any more drive-by flu clinics?
Yes,
you did last year?
Yes, that's in the works. It just depends how we would best approach this, because we need to target the priority group as well. So we're trying to figure all of that into play. That's versus the flu vaccine where everybody can get it. So we're trying to see how we can put that in place so we can be able to accommodate all the public.
And will Paul be coordinating with you for the mobile unit?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Will Paul Toscano be coordinating with you on the?
Yes, I
for
think
the
he's
mobile
already
unit?
signed up as a provider. I think I saw his
Good.
name on the provider list for the H1N1.
Is it going to be suggested or recommended that folks get their normal flu shots in addition to the H1N1?
Yes, we
So if
recommend.
they're looking at a possibility of 2 shots, even if they're over the age of 10.
Yes, we are recommending for those individuals that want the annual flu vaccine to go ahead and get it in addition to the H1N1 vaccine once it becomes available. So it'll be 2 injections per person.
Is there any thoughts about, should there be any time lag between the 2 injections? I know some people are getting their normal flu shots right now at Walgreens and different places around town.
If they're both injectables, there is not a time lapse, but if it's going to be the nasal and an injectable, there is some time in between. You need to lapse in between, usually 30 days. But if you're going to get 2 injections, there is no delay.
Any other questions?
Move to acknowledge presentation.
Moved by Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Tamayo to acknowledge. Ms. Garcia, did you have a question? I saw with your pen.
That's an excellent question. There's really no benefit to being tested unless you have symptoms. It's the symptoms that are defining this illness now, not necessarily the test. Don't forget, the test for novel H1N1 is only 50% sensitive, even if people have it. So if the test is negative, it does not mean you do not have H1N1. So it's really the symptoms themselves that are driving this. And so if you go to your provider and you have influenza-like symptoms, and having complications, they can make a determination whether or not you benefit from treatment, or if you need preventive treatment based on your risk. But in general, it's not recommended to test people without symptoms. And even with symptoms, the test itself, whether it's positive or negative, should not influence your provider's decision whether or not to treat. A negative test, again, does not mean that it's not helpful. It doesn't mean don't treat if you need treatment. And there's only, like I said, very specific people who need treatment. It's not every single person who needs treatment. There are a lot of false negatives. 50% false negative. To the exact cost, I'm unaware, but I would probably say the test is not beneficial. So if there's symptoms, there's symptoms, and you can assume it's H1N1. And to treat if you're in a risk. Yes? No quarantine. The virus is everywhere. It's already out, and there's really no benefit. What the people can do is to quarantine themselves, basically. If you're sick, not to go to work, not to go out in public until you're well, which is generally 24 hours after the fever breaks. 48 hours is better. Wash your hands, good cough etiquette, not sneezing into the public or coughing into the public, covering your cough. Avoid touching your face, eyes. These are things we can all do to help reduce the spread of the virus.
Thank you. Doctor, good job.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, item carries. Item E, presentation of review conducted on JP offices. Marta, Javier.
Judge, Commissioners, we had staff that went out and visited and performed reviews on the 11 JP offices that the county has. This was a review to cover a few of the basic points that we felt needed to be addressed with the general operations of the JP offices. One of them was to determine what was their compliance with the financial reporting. Was the data being reported timely? Another issue was the internal control structure that each office had in its own function that it was using to report the data that they were assimilating. The other issue that was addressed was the security of the county assets as far as the funds they were collecting from the individual defendants. Was a security there that needed to be in place? Another issue that we covered was cash counts were performed, unannounced cash counts were performed at all of the different JP offices, and we also did mail confirmations on a selected number of transactions. We had some general findings, and everybody received the backup that goes with this agenda item. And I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to see on the screen. However, you all did receive that packet, and I did pass out some of those additional information for you as well. Some of the general findings that we had, and these were generally...
Have the findings been provided to the JP offices themselves yet?
We have met with all of the JP offices individually. We have gone over all of the findings. We've gone over all of the results of our review.
That communication was there.
Yes, yes.
So we're not seeing anything that they haven't seen yet?
That is correct. All of this information has been given to them individually.
Okay.
Martha, let me, as a follow-up, what you're doing is basically what the auditors are supposed to be doing. And one of those things, when you visit with the JPs and give them your findings, do you also give them your recommendations? And have they provide a written response to your findings and recommendations? If they have not, they should.
Okay, we did give them a list of recommendations, and these are general recommendations that we are making to all of the offices. It is generally presumed that all of the JP offices are generally there to perform the same function, which is to collect traffic citations, writs of execution, small claims, civil suits, and so they should generally have the same basis or structure of operations. So we made some, we came up with some general recommendations that we have given them, and we have asked them to consider in their implementation, in their office implementation.
On the slide before, I caught a glimpse of something that said that you were unable to trace receipts from the receipt book back to the deposit. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will cover that as I'm going on through the report. Okay. And again, we did mail confirmations on a selected database.
Were they positive confirmations or negative confirmations?
Positive confirmations. We had some general findings, and general findings across the board, basically on all of the JP offices, where there was no procedures manual in place. There was a couple of offices, I believe it was 2, that did have basic operations policies in place, but it was not, those were general operations of the office, not procedures manuals that could be picked up by any individual coming in that wanted to do a review on their office or verify how the office was being operated. The object in having a procedures manual for the offices would be that basically they would all have a standard format to follow when they were collecting funds. We collect a fee, this is how we report it, we input the data and record it as such, and that should be, I would think, the general standard procedure for these offices to generally follow across the board. Having a procedures manual will also ensure timely remittance of fees to the county, per se. And if the fees are reported timely to the county, then the county is in fact able to include all of this data and report it in the correct time frame to the state comptroller as well. Another issue that we covered was funds control. And that was as the funds are being collected, is the proper control there to retain, to how you're documenting it, and is it being deposited in the correct basis? The general finding was that daily deposits were not being made to the bank.
Now, if they were making daily deposits, was it because they didn't accumulate enough cash, or money, or what was the reason that daily deposits are not being made?
It was a procedure generally that had not been implemented. Armored car service is available at all of these locations, and it was our recommendation. And again, we went over all of these recommendations with the JPs, and they all agreed that daily deposits should be implemented. The majority of them have started depositing daily. As soon as we went out and we conducted the review, and we realized that the daily deposits were not being booked at the bank on a regular day-to-day basis.
Well,
Yes.
because I read somewhere where there was no safety deposit box or safe box. So what would they do overnight with the cash? Just, would they keep it in a drawer, or?
The cash would basically be kept in their cash box, or it would be taken out and put in a
Like
separate
a lock
location, something like that, right. So that was an issue that we had, that the deposits were not being made daily. Armored car service is available every day, and the deposit should go to the bank on a daily basis. So that was another recommendation that we made. Another issue that we also went over and addressed with them was the cash counts, the receipts, and the reconciliations. The cash counts were all performed on a given day, unannounced, and there was only one particular instance where one of the offices, one of the clerks was over by $1. Other than that, they were all balanced. We had problems doing the reconciliation report, and that all goes back to the fact that daily deposits were not being made, so consequently, we would have a difficult time saying this particular deposit goes to this day's collections, because since deposits in some of the offices were being bunched together, if you make a deposit for 5 days at a time, then we can't tie it back, particularly at the end of the month when we have deposits in transit. Then we may have a deposit going in on the 5th of the month for, let's say, $6,000, and part of it is for the prior month and part of it is for this month. So we did run into that particular problem. That again was addressed with the judges, and they acknowledged that, and they have all said that if they have not started making daily deposits, they are going to now.
Martha, go ahead.
Weren't there some, though, that were doing the daily, if I remember?
We had 2 offices that were doing daily deposits. And there's a different scenario there in the daily deposits. There were some offices that were closing out their books daily and making a deposit, but it was not physically going to the bank. In other words, you would make your deposit and it would sit there, and you would send in 5 or 4 deposits at a time, but each one was independent. So they were making their daily deposits, but they were not getting to the bank. And then we had some...
Well, they're doing their daily recap, but they weren't depositing daily.
Right. And then we had, but they had a separate deposit for that day. But anyway, and we did have some that were bunching, a week or 7 days deposits in one, collections in one deposit, and just taking it all to the bank at the end of that number of days.
Martha, when you talk about the armored car service being available, are you meaning that it actually goes by each office every day, or
Yes.
it's available on call, or?
The contract that the county put out and awarded to Rochester Armored Car, the location for these JPs do have the tax office collections, so there is armored car service available.
That physically comes by every
That
day?
physically comes by on a daily basis. As far as I know, yes, and they do have armored car pickup. Those sites were included in the sites that were included in the bid that was awarded by the county for pickup. So we do have daily pickup. And in our visits with all of the JPs, when we were going over the review findings with them, they all acknowledged that some of them were not aware that there was availability to this on a daily basis, and they have all indicated that they will be, arranging for daily pickup when the armored car service goes by.
Martha, one question going back up to the funds control issue. There's only 5 offices that do not accept cash.
That is correct.
Is that by choice or by policy?
That is their policy.
There by their local,
Their in-house
inter-office
policy, yes, their in-house policy. They accept only checks or money orders.
checks, like personal checks?
Yes, or money orders, or
Okay, so then we have some that don't accept checks.
we have some that accept, I don't know if
We
some
have
do not
some,
accept checks.
They don't accept checks on hot checks, no.
No, checks.
Checks.
They don't, I think that's another one that we should probably, as uniformity, have the same policy for every office.
Well, I think that goes back to the procedures manual, to where they've got uniform policy.
Because I know that some folks try to pay with cash or check, and
Correct.
they can't pay, they gotta go.
They can't pay with cash.
That's when the issue of the ATM came up, that I wanted to see if we couldn't place that, because they have to go walk across the street, in our particular case, go to the ATM at Stripes, get their money, pay Stripes
buy a
a
money
fee,
order.
and then
Yeah,
come
and get a
back,
money
or
order.
buy a money order, yeah.
Yeah, and that particular policy is one that has been implemented by each judge at their office as they choose. And I agree that by these offices not accepting cash for payment, it does minimize the exposure to the county as far as theft or misplacement or misuse of cash, because you have a check or a money order sitting there. So that is an upside, even though it is an inconvenience to some of the.
But if it's daily deposited, that would.
Yes, that would
solve a lot of
alleviate the exposure as well.
Okay, thank you.
Another issue goes back to the cash receipts and the reconciliations. We had one particular situation where some of the JP offices will use manual receipts, and they will use those receipts when the actual system, the computerized system that they're using to record the payments goes down. And at that point, they will continue to take payments, which is very good, and they will use manual receipts. Once the system comes up, then they will go back in and key the receipts in and get computerized receipts issued. There was particular issue when we had one office that was collecting for NSF checks, and the system, from our understanding as we visited with the judges, is the Easy Justice system does not allow for, they do not have a method of inputting the collection of an NSF check. So consequently, they are using still manual receipts to document the NSF check collection, and that particular manual receipt data is compiled on a monthly basis, and it is attached to the monthly report, which comes off of the computerized system, which they submit to us. So it's a manual entry that is done, and so we covered that issue with them as well, but the current, the general consensus is now that since the JP offices will be going off of the Easy Justice probably within a year and going into the Tyler Technology Program, that Easy Justice is probably not going to acquiesce and implement or modify the system so that they are able to input the NSF check collection for the office that does collect NSF. So we will continue to try to work with them. In the meantime, they are using manual receipts for their NSF check collections. We also covered cash disbursements and reporting. Most of these JP offices, the cash disbursements are done by the auditor's office. We do have some of the JPs that will independently write disbursement checks to the constables for civil process and to some of the other agencies. We visited with some of those offices and addressed the issue that general disbursements for these kind of citations should be done preferably by the auditor's office on a monthly basis. The fact that some of these monthly reports are arriving to our office on an untimely basis provides the exposure to the county of issuing double payment for some of these fees. And we have come across that in some situations where there was a double payment that was made to one of the, I think it was Texas Parks and Wildlife, where the JP issued a check payable to Texas Parks and Wildlife for a fee that was due to them, and then when our office received the information at a later time, then we turned around and did the disbursement as well. And if we have timely reporting, I feel that we can address that issue and just make the disbursements from one particular location on a regular basis.
Martha, let me just go back to the prior paragraph regarding the manual receipts. I don't know if you touched on it.
Yes.
On the manual receipts, are these manual receipts pre-numbered?
Yes, they are.
They are.
And
did you account for the sequence?
yes, those are accounted on a monthly basis.
Were there any voided receipts?
The voided receipts that they had, yes, they did have voided receipts.
And it was the original voided
It
receipt?
was the
that
original one. It was not the original one because those voids occur when they have to issue a manual receipt that the system is down. And when the defendant comes in to pay, they will write out the manual receipt and the customer gets the original.
Correct. I'm talking about a voided manual receipt.
We did account for all of them. I don't recall if there was any original voided ones. Let me check with Ms. Robles.
Okay, what was that? I didn't hear.
Not at the period that we were reviewing.
Okay, so you say that there were no original voided receipts, or there were no voided receipts at all? Okay. You might want to look at, when you go back to do your testing again, specifically look for voided receipts, and the original should be in there, not a copy of a voided receipt, okay? On the disbursements, you talked about where they're writing a few checks out of a bank account that they have.
Correct.
Locally. Where does the money come from to be able to write those checks to?
That money comes from collections that they are doing. For example, if a particular JP office would receive a small claim suit and they would collect the filing fee, not the filing fee, but rather the civil service fee, and the JP office would collect that fee, and then in some cases, they would take that collection fee and they were going to have the constable serve it, and they would write a check to the constable's office to pay him for that service.
Explain why they would pay the constable to do that.
Generally because that's the way that they've operated for some time.
Okay, so the constable, and the constable deposits that money in his account?
The constable would bring that check in to the treasurers for deposit.
So just so there's no misunderstanding, the constable does not keep that money for themselves?
It goes
okay.
into the general fund.
On the, let's go back to the disbursement side. When those fees come in, though, why aren't those included as part of the daily deposit?
Which fees?
The ones that are going to this bank account that they can utilize to pay these little accounts off.
Well, we've got the offices operating in basic, I mean, they're serving the same purpose, but they have different methods of reporting. For example, some of the JP offices would pay for these civil process fees to the constables and to the sheriff's office independently, and some of the JP offices would report the whole fee to us, and then when we are doing the monthly reconciliation, then we credit, be it the sheriff or the constable, for that collection fee.
That's the way it should be.
So each office, out of all of the 11, they all just choose how they do things?
I don't know that they necessarily choose how they do things. I think that some of these individuals have come into an office that operates in a particular manner, and some of the staff stays, and then the staff, may say, well, we've always done it like this, so it just continues. And that's one of the purposes that we have addressed, and we have recommended that they should implement a procedures manual, which will serve as a guide for all of the offices to operate.
On the back on that, who reconciles those specific accounts?
The bank accounts.
The ones that have these little.
We reconcile all of the bank accounts,
including the ones that they keep there, that they write their checks out of.
It's the same bank account. It's the same bank account.
They just have a check.
They have the checkbook,
gotcha.
yes. And when we're doing the monthly reconciliation, we will get a check along with a monthly report, and then once the report is reconciled in our office, then we write the check and we transfer the funds to the general fund based on the report.
All right.
Mrs. Galarza, And this is just a suggestion. Whenever we have a turnover in administration or in an office holder, wouldn't it be wise that your office step in and at least advise the new elected official of what should be done to further prevent this from happening?
I agree that we can have a procedures manual, and then we can go over it and address issues and cover particular problem areas that we think that, should be covered.
See, that was going to be my question. If we had never, whose responsibility, is that the point that Commissioner Rodriguez was making? Whose responsibility would be to give them guidance, to give the JPs guidance? Because really, in reality, if no one has brought it up, then they went ahead and organized their offices and so on the best way they could, or what they thought
that's
would
correct.
work. So I think it's important we mention this, that we as a court have not asked them to get some uniform process going, and the auditor's office hasn't either.
Correct.
So I'm glad you're moving in this direction, to have this communication with them.
I think if you all recall, when we had the financial audit presentation last year and this past year, I specifically asked that they go out and go look at these JP offices, and they hadn't done that in several years. Our independent auditors to go and give us recommendations at what the weaknesses are. So what Martha's done is basically done that. And you ran it by our independent auditors, right?
Yes, I emailed it all to our independent auditors. I emailed them our recommendations that we were asking the JPs to implement in their procedures manual, and they reviewed them, and they agreed that they would recommend those procedures as well. And not only that, these procedures will serve as a basis for them when they come in and they do their year-end audit. They can visit with some of the JPs and see if any of these procedures have actually been implemented. So it serves as a good guide for them as well.
Out of curiosity, what other department or person or individual in the county have a checkbook that they write besides the JPs, that they write checks on?
The county clerk, the district attorney, I believe that's about it. Is that right?
Are there policies and procedures in those offices?
I know that the district and county clerk do have policies and procedures in place. We countersign on the county and the district clerk checks if they're over $500. They do have procedures and policies in place. I am unaware if the district attorney's office has any policies or procedures in place.
Thank you. Renee, can you address that, or?
We do have policies.
Okay.
We dealt with ours as well.
Okay.
Within the department?
Yes.
So again, we went over, our office met with all of the individual JP offices. We addressed all of our findings with them. We gave them a list of recommendations, and the suggestion was made that they basically at their next meeting try to get a committee going or implement or have somebody work on getting a procedures manual, and that will serve as a valuable training tool for when a new individual gets hired. They can train the employee, and then they can say, this is a procedures manual, this is what we follow. If you have any questions, we're here to help you, but, this is how the office is intended to operate.
Not only that, but when you have a new elected official come in, they've got a book they can go to, a how-to book. I'm assuming that all the folks that handle cash are bonded?
Yes.
Okay.
On our list of recommendations that that were emailed to the Commissioners Court, we addressed and we covered basic things such as procedures for cash collection, procedures that should be followed when cash is received in person at the office, procedures to be followed when cash is received through the mail, balancing of their cash receipts on a daily basis and preparing the regular monthly deposits. And another issue that we covered with the judges independently was that the timeliness of the monthly report was very important. Per government statute, they are required to be in the, they should be reported in the auditor's office and to Commissioner's Court by the 5th day of the following month.
Is that occurring?
I beg your pardon?
Is that occurring?
No, it is not.
Because I'd asked, on that, I'd asked Richard sometime back to provide all the reporting requirements of all offices, and I want to have you report that maybe at the next meeting as to what we're supposed to be getting from all elected officials and what we're not getting and what the consequences are.
Okay, I circulated an email, Judge, that has all the statutes attached, and I'll just have to summarize them.
Yeah, please do that.
There was also a spreadsheet attached, and it looks like this. It's probably a little bit smaller on your print. At any rate, that is an analysis and an overview on a chart-like formula, and each of the 11 JP offices are basically have general questions that are addressed as far as general operations, cash receipting of information, and financial reporting to the auditor's office and to the state. The general consensus across the board was, again, that none of the offices have a procedures manual, and another general finding across the board was the issue that deposits were not being made daily. There's a number of offices that are continuing to function, and they have one cash drawer. So consequently, you will have 2 to 3 clerks that are collecting payments, and they are all using the same cash box. I know that there is a funding shortfall there. We're going to try to work with them and along with Marcelino and get them to hopefully be able to have their own cash box so that to protect the employee as well that is collecting these payments. We have the administrative judge of the JPs here, Judge Stan Sanchez. If anyone has any questions for him or if he would like to address the court. Again, this was, to my knowledge, this was the first time that we had done a review on the operations of the JP offices. We welcome them and we thank them for their cooperation and for their willingness to work with us. We visited with them on all of these findings, and I believe we reached a very good accord, and we're going to move forward to implement these procedures.
Thank you, Martha. Good job. Judge?
Good afternoon. Questions? Do you want me to answer any questions for you specifically?
Well, for one, were you satisfied, Dan, in the communication that took place and so on?
Oh, certainly, yes. Any others? I can kind of give you a general response to some of the issues you brought up, but if you have specific questions, I can answer them.
I don't have any specific questions. I would like just to make at some point part of the record, for every office that you visited that you had a finding, a recommendation, I'd like to have the JP respond back in writing as to what they're going to do. They concur, not concur, why don't they concur, just so we have it as part of the overall program, okay? On the procedures and accounting manual that you're going to do, it's going to take some time to do that. They're very, unless you can find a boilerplate one, you pretty much have to, it's going to take you a long time to put it together. I say a long time, it's going to take you at least 3 to 6 months, I believe, to do that, because you are going to have to interview each judge and try to factor in what they can and cannot do. With one of the JP offices, internal controls are going to be pretty much impossible, because you've only got one person in that office, and that's Judge Muñiz. I mean, in his JP office. But on that procedures manual, let me tell you, I was going to ask Martha, do you have one? Because when we go out and audit, in the old days, that was one of the things that we would ask for, and a lot of folks do not have it. That would be good, and they're going to need your input, and not you specifically, but the JP's help in developing those procedures and protocols. And that's going to help. That'll help your employees too, because you get, somebody new comes in and you're busy, don't have time, well, this is what you do, but they can just go. There'll be a section in that procedures manual that'll tell them exactly what to do in terms of cash receipts, disbursements, internal controls. So if any help you need from, from my office, let me know.
You'd figure that at least one JP in the state of Texas would have a procedures manual done that has like the volumes of what we have and deals with, kind of like the numbers that we have. There's got to be one that you could kind of piggyback off or copy from or something.
When we were visiting with one of the JPs, we did see a particular book or stack of books, and it's 3 books that are like this thick.
Were they a little dusty?
No, actually, they had been used quite a bit, but they were quite...
Well, use that as a guide. That's a good, yeah.
The Justice Court Training Center provides us with what they call a JP desk book, which has procedures of the court and different things, but there's not a manual, and I guess I discussed it with Martha, but you know how they have those yellow books that says, photo taking for dummies or putting bookshelves together for dummies? Something like that is basically what we need. And, I asked her the same question. Do y'all have a procedure manual in your office? No. And I don't know that anybody, probably this district clerk and county clerk may have, I'm not sure, but part of the problem is historically, JPs come into office and anyone that gets elected can become a JP. And so there's no, other than the 80-hour training that's required, which is really not enough training, I believe, to really get a good grasp of all the aspects of the office. It's almost impossible for a JP to come in and really know what's going on. So is a policy manual, a procedure manual necessary and important? Yes. The issue, like the judge says, is how long is it going to take to put it together and who's going to put it together? And I told Martha that we can talk about it and work at it, but it's sort of going to kind of be a work in process. And part of trying to get all of our courts to work in line and everybody be on the same page was when we went to this easy justice system, because before that, we didn't have a unilateral method of everybody doing the same thing. That's helped kind of get everything together, but there's still a lot of things that are done differently because the old adage, well, it's always been done this way. And so those changes need to be made, and we'll work on them. We unfortunately, we talked about our audit with her yesterday afternoon. We had our JP monthly meeting yesterday at noon. So at our next meeting, we'll talk about it and bring up the issues. But looking at some of the, like I can tell you in my office, the reason we weren't doing daily deposits is we have, and I asked my administrator, why don't we do daily deposits? Because every day the money truck comes by. She says, Judge, we don't have a large volume. In our office, we just take money orders and checks. But we don't have a large volume of deposits, and we have few deposit slips. We don't have a plethora of deposit slips, so we don't want to waste them all. I said, well, I understand that the county has us budgeting, but we're going to have to get more. So that's been corrected. She actually ordered a box, so that can be fixed. The issue with keeping money, we don't have safes. We don't have safes because we don't have the budget to get a safe.
Do you have a lock bag?
We have a lock bag, and we also, in our office, we've put in manual locks, padlocks that we have in there. But again, like Martha was mentioning, since we only take money orders and checks, there's not really much they can steal in terms of cash. And in response to your question, why do we not take cash? Security reasons. We figure if we only take money orders, debit cards, and checks, then not having cash helps our security issues and also our internal security by not having to worry about employees maybe mismanaging funds in any way. Each receipt that we have in our system will track each money order, check, or whatever, so there is a method of keeping track of what came in that way. When you collect cash, it kind of throws everything in different areas. The issue with the 2 cash drawers, we have that in our office. We only had budget enough for 1 cash drawer. When we asked for the second one, there was no money. But again, because we only collect money orders and checks, the issue of losing cash isn't that big of a deal in my particular office. The reports, I'm not sure why they're not getting filed. Electronically, we're able to file the reports at the end of the month. There's no reason why they shouldn't be getting filed on time. I'll discuss that with the other judges at our next meeting, but the way our system is run, those reports come in, and I'll just kind of show you this is a spreadsheet, how it breaks down everything, and it's submitted electronically. And our system has the capability of doing that. So if for whatever reason the courts aren't submitting them on time, we'll look into correcting that. One of the issues may be because of the non-daily deposits. So if the end of the month comes and you haven't made your deposit for a few days, you might not be getting your report in. But we accepted this visit with Martha in a positive way and not in a negative way. And the better that we can, make our offices more efficient and everybody be on the same page, I think it's the better for the county, better for everyone. So, I don't know, do y'all have any other questions?
The only question I would have is, do you think it would be good if we standardized every office as to what a payment could be made for a fine with?
It could, the issue...
Because, and I say it because I get people that come into the San Benito area and they don't take cash, or they don't take personal checks. And, they've got to figure out a way to bring cash or money orders. And, they say, well, in Brownsville, we couldn't do this, or, there's always...
Right, well, the Brownsville courts do accept cash, but you also have courthouse security there. And, it's not like, out in La Feria and Riondo or, San Benito, I don't think y'all have security in the building, right, Commissioner? They're like in the building?
We have the constable with an office in the front there.
And we have the constable too, but, they're not always in the office.
No.
And there's not, metal detection and that type of thing. And that's, I think, the main reason that we don't really like accepting cash to avoid problems. If you made that a requirement across the board, it would probably change things the way they're done in some of the offices, but we would definitely need safes for all the offices if you were going to do that. We would definitely need cash drawers for every single clerk in all the offices. Because they're cross-trained, they can all take payments. So if they're all going to be taking payments, then we need drawers for everybody, and it gets a little more, I think, cumbersome as far as the detail, but can it be done? Yes. Is that something you want to require? That's up to you.
But Dan, excuse me, you've done a good job, though, to let people know that you're not accepting cash, because I've had people that go to your court, and they haven't complained about that. So obviously, either your office is letting them know, or whomever is contacting them is letting them know.
And we try to make that a point because, and people understand when they say, why don't you accept cash? The reply is, for security reasons, we don't have security in the building to be able to keep cash on hand. So that's the reason we give. And there's, like Martha said, there's benefits to that, but if y'all want us to start accepting cash, we can. I would just ask that we be provided with individual drawers, and we be provided with a safe, and we can collect cash. And then, of course, the proper ability to get change as well.
Well, I think if your system is working, don't leave it alone.
I do too.
I think it's okay. As far as back to the manual, you've got the beginnings of it in your recommendations, okay? So that you're on a good track. Okay.
Dan, do you feel, are you having 100% JPs going to your meetings? And I'm still concerned about some people falling between the cracks. Are they all on board?
No, we don't have 100% participation. Often we have very close to 100%, but there's a couple of JPs that don't necessarily want to fall in line with the rest. And so, we can't force them to come. We invite them and we go over everything as much as we can, but for
Well,
whatever
they're all
reason.
being paid to travel, a travel allowance to go to the meetings, that's included.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and see, the meetings that we have, before I came into office, this was never done. That's one of the things that I did is I got everybody together and said, you know what, let's start having monthly meetings to discuss issues, discuss law, whatever it is, issues come up that we can try to address and make our courts more productive and more efficient. And we started doing that, but I think y'all know that we all have different personalities, and elected officials can't be forced to do certain things. I mean, you can invite, but you can't force. And when things don't go people's way, sometimes they tend to shy away and not want to participate or not want to engage. And we can't force that, but as a whole, I think it's become very productive. We're moving in the right direction. Martha has attended a few of our meetings, and she brings insight. Mr. Burst has come on occasion and helped us with legal issues, and so there's a lot of positive, but we're not in a perfect world, and we can work as hard as we can to try to improve things. The manual is definitely something that I think needs to be done. And for the very reason of the new judge coming in doesn't know how you do this, how you do that. And there's a lot, the biggest problem though is we have such a vast area to cover that there's no real way of knowing the law on everything and every single topic. So you have to be either able to go find it or have a quick reference. So we can work on putting this manual together. I do anticipate it taking a while. I don't know that 3 to 6 months is realistic. We'll work on it, and if the auditor's office is going to help us, that would be beneficial. But it's kind of something that has to be put together, I think, by the judges in unison, and for it to be effective, so everybody participates. Like you said.
That was my concern, because I've been at a couple of your meetings and noticed that the same judges do not attend. And somehow try your best, Martha, and Dan the same, to keep them informed so that at least they'll know what's going on if they don't come to the meetings.
And
So
I
if they
know
don't
that-
come back and
yeah.
say, we were left out, we were, and document that you've given them the information or you emailed it or whatever.
Right, and our meetings are the third Wednesday of every month, and they're always the third Wednesday. In fact, one issue that came up yesterday was the district courts and county courts have procedures for when a judge recuses themselves on a case. And we've had different situations where a judge has to recuse himself, but even in our justice court training book, even looking at the law, the statute, there's a vague part in there that doesn't have procedures. The county and district courts have an administrative judge that will assign another judge to hear the case. We don't have that. So like one of the things that from yesterday's meeting came out is I'm going to contact Austin and see if we can put together something that may be adopted either by your court, this commissioner's court, or the state, by which we can have that same type of deal to take care of issues. Because these things pop up. We had a situation where a judge was being questioned on, well, why did you recuse yourself on an eviction case after you had heard part of the eviction case and then it continued? Because in an eviction case, it has to be done speedy. And so what happens is, after it starts, if the judge finds for the tenant, meaning they're not going to evict them, well, the landlord can always come and file a subsequent case. In this particular situation, that's what happened. The judge found for the tenant, did not evict them, so the landlord filed a new case, and on the new case, the judge recused himself. One of the questions was from Austin, from the commission, was, well, why'd you recuse yourself? Where's your procedures or policies that you use? And we don't have any, and so that type of thing can be prevented if we have that. And so, we're working towards what it is that we've all talked about, but it will take time.
Well, and you've provided some training also for the office staffs locally. And you saw that maybe, 30% of the folks showed up for the
Right.
training? when you did a free training in county, you know, all you had to do was show up. There were, the large majority of the folks, of the office staffs, did not show up to the free training that you guys did a good job on.
And like I said, there's no real way of forcing them, but all we can do is offer. And, you know, for the ones that did attend, there's a lot of insight that they received, and they were really glad to go through it. So we plan to do more of those. The problem is, to do those and have everyone attend, you pretty much have to shut down the office.
Right.
And some judges don't want to shut down the office. But, you know, once every other month, I think, is worth shutting down the office if you're going to get the valuable training that's going to help the entire office produce more efficient work.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any questions?
Judge, thank you very much. Do I hear a
Thank you.
motion to acknowledge?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Tamayo, second by Commissioner Gatsa. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Consent items 5A through triple F. Are there any items any member of the court who wish to take out and discuss separately?
B,
Item B. Anything else?
Item S.
Item S. What's that? I.
5-0.
5-0.
Did you say aye?
5-0. What did John say?
S.
Yes.
As in Sam. Is that O as in Oliver? Okay.
Double T.
Double B. Double T.
Double D, okay. Anything else?
B.
Oh, double B as in boy.
Double B, boy. Double N.
Double N. Okay.
Did they say B? Double B?
I didn't hear the B. Double B.
The ones I've got is B, O, S, double B, double D, double N. That's it so far.
Double
Nothing else.
X.
I'm sorry?
Double X.
Double X?
I thought someone said I.
No, he said 5-0. Double T? Anything else?
Double E.
B?
E. Double E.
E is in ever ready.
I already have that one.
Double E?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought yours was double D, no?
No, I thought he had said double E already.
Okay.
What did you say, D before that?
All right, any others?
I don't have any.
All right. Hearing none and sensing none, do I hear a motion to approve all the consent items with the exception of the ones that we singled out?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Gatsa,
Second.
second by Commissioner Wood. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, item carries. B, consideration and authorization to request bids for the emergency stabilization of the La Seca store.
I had the question, where would funding come from? If you go ahead, or you're just asking for bids to see what happens?
Yes.
Is that it?
Well, but item A is the one where we're talking about setting aside 5,000. Maybe that's the one you want to talk about.
Well, we already did that because we approved it.
Yeah, no, the what,
All right.
I was looking at B, wondering if you're just asking for bids so that you'll find out what it's going to be. But we haven't, you don't have any money anywhere. I didn't think you did.
Right.
Well, we have 5,000.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be more than that.
Would we be going out for grants to see if we could, okay.
Going out for bids.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Motion for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Benavides, second by Commissioner Tamayo on item B. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, item carries. Item O, consideration authorization to initiate the drawing process on letter of credit for La Breca subdivision, Phase 2 and Phase 3 for unbuilt septic tanks.
La brecha.
La Brecha. Hold on, Ernesto. Yeah, yours is done. All right. Go ahead.
He needs his
I thought he was going to leave it.
Record.
Just a correction to be made at item 5.0. There was a typo, and we need to add phase 1 to the condition of draw on that letter of credit.
So it's phase 1, 2, and 3?
That's correct.
Is that okay, legal?
We're adding phase 1, phase,
And then we've
and
already
that's
got
it.
2 and
That's
3.
Well, 2 and 3 are there.
No, I don't know, by leaving out in this case Phase 1, if a particular member of the public were interested in Phase 1, not 2 or 3, they wouldn't have been put on notice, so.
Well, it's included
It's in
in,
the backup.
it's in the backup.
It's a typo.
Okay. It's just not on the
It's just
agenda.
up front.
Yeah, but the agenda is what's the notice?
Okay, so is it legal or not?
No.
No.
Okay, let me have a motion then on all, and then bring back, are you going to do it today?
Because of the condition that we're running out of time.
Well, but if we made a mistake, it's not,
You can approve 2 and 3.
Can't do it.
You can approve 2 and 3.
If it's something that we need to do, we can have a call for a one item or a couple of items special meeting next week if we need to do that. Okay? All right, do I hear a motion then on
To table.
so moved.
No, we can do 2 and 3, can't we? But
Yes.
not 1?
Just skip over
Yes,
one.
you
So we
can.
can move forward with 2 and 3,
Okay?
okay?
Okay.
So is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
By Commissioner Benavides, second by Commissioner Tamayo. Discussion? Just bring that back to us ASAP on phase 1. Okay? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, item carries. Item S, consideration approval to lease contract with Xerox using State of Texas T-Pass contract number 985-1.2. Who pulled that one out?
John?
Commissioner.
I pulled that one out and also double B out. I know that we're going through a process now of auditing all of our copy equipment and printers and a lot of these pieces of equipment. And I just think that that audit should be completed fairly soon. And I think that we probably need, or I feel like I need to look at the audit to see if we can improve even on what we've agreed to, which I know both of these meet the dollar amounts on a monthly basis of what we've kind of targeted at this point in time. But there may be some more additional information that will be provided after the audits to provide us with even a better way to go into leases on these types of equipment.
The objective of that audit, and it'll take a few months because we're on a waiting list to actually get the audit done by the firms, but that will actually entail making an assessment of how printers are currently being used and how much printing jobs can actually be diverted over to the copy machine to lower the cost per copy. It usually takes a few months for them to do it, but we are on a waiting list to actually engage in the actual audit itself. But more so, that audit focuses on print work actually coming off printers, reducing the maintenance on the printers themselves, pulling them offline, and then eliminating the supply cost to printers and rerouting those jobs to the copiers at a lower cost.
You sound a little sick.
Yeah, I had the flu for a few days, but I'm back.
Did your fever break?
Yesterday.
Thank you. Where's Dr. Castillo? Give you a shot.
On this, they're going from a $200 amount to a $64 amount?
On this machine, Commissioner, they were right at $100 a month. And not only are they going down to $60, but they're actually increasing the number of copies allowed to up to 10,000. And with the old machine, it was at 5,000.
Okay.
On the already returned their copier, I understand, according to the form.
It didn't work anymore, I guess.
Yeah, on the other machine.
Well, let's take care of S first. What do you all want to do with S?
Move to approve.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Tamayo. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, item carries. Okay, now we go, what you doing, John? BB?
Double B.
Okay, double B. Consideration authorization to contract a 60-month lease with Xerox Corporation according to the state contract TPAS 985 1.2.
One of the things I noticed on that, there's an amount being refinanced in page 2 of 2 on the Xerox proposal, interest rate of 12%, which means over the 5-year period, that financing that $583 is going to cost us $194.
Right. There's two options, and we have a revised contract also going to IDEA for legal's review. This one has that $583 embedded in here is the actual return charges for the old copier, the one he currently has. And what they've done in here is to factor that over the 60 months of the new lease.
That's what I've seen.
What we're looking to do with Javier is to actually pay that $583 up front so that the county would not incur any interest charges. And that would then bring the actual fee back down to the $200.47 with the return fees being paid up front and not being financed.
That's correct, but that's not what we've got here in front of us.
That would be the corrected version that we would like the court to, we could either bring it back on the agenda, or if the court would entertain those changes being made, that's how we'd like to present it to the court.
And what will be, on this particular contract, what will be, at the end of the 5 years, what will be the residual value of the machine? Will we be able to buy it out for $1, or will we pay market, fair market value, or return it and refinance some buyout like this $583 on the next one? Do we know?
On the Xerox machines, there is a $1 buyout. Also on the Xerox machines, we do not incur a return fee. This machine that's being assessed a return fee is an Icon machine.
Okay.
And with Xerox, on these state contracts, there are no return fees at the end of the lease.
I appreciate the information.
I also, if I could interject there, is that on the old machine, I paid $122 a month, plus any copies over 8,000, I would have to pay a fee. And every month, I ended up paying an additional 100 to 120,000 on extra copies, which would bring the cost to $244 versus a $200 for 25,000 copies. I had previously 8,000 copies. Now, and then on top of that, what I would say was that it comes with a scanner at a lower cost, and I can save on paper by scanning documents. So it's a multiple thing that'll happen, and in looking for cost savings, we went out for bids. We didn't go and just pick this one. We went out for bids, and that was the best price and best return for the county. And that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, I think you're getting also an embedded fax and a scanner, and of course the printing and the copying, plus some trays on this.
As you said, Commissioner, as we look at that study that'll be done, this, with the 25,000 copies a month, if we have printers coming offline and diverting to this copier, the 25,000 would more than handle the new increase in quantity.
Is it too much more, or is it just enough more to kind of give us a safe cushion?
Well, I think when state did these contracts, they did a large enough quantity to where they could get a very aggressive bid from the vendors. So they rolled that out statewide at the 25,000.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
By Commissioner Tamayo.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Item double D, consideration authorization to approve dune protection permit and beachfront construction certificate to Ed Sneerly and WA subdivision number 2, lot 7. Who pulled that one?
Which one are you on, Judge?
Double D?
No, it was
No, I said
double E.
double E,
Oh, I'm sorry. So double D, no?
No.
not to my
Okay, do I
knowledge.
hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
By Commissioner
Second.
Tamayo, second by Commissioner Gatsa. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Double E, consideration authorization to execute subrecipient grant agreement number 2009C0933-9322 with Texas General Land Office for Adolph Tomei Jr. County Park Educational Kiosk and Signs Project.
I brought this up. I wasn't going to ask that it be brought up, but I think this is an effort. Comments were made about the state of the parks and how they needed upgrades. And this is just one small effort being made by our County Parks Department in partnering with the state for CIP monies to do some of that work. Okay, so Joe?
Yes, the Parks Department submitted a application to the Texas General Land Office under the CMP Cycle 12 program. We were awarded that application. It was for $13,000, and that is to replace the old interpretive signs that are at Adolph Tomey Park. Those signs have been there since the park was built close to 25 years ago. And if you see the signs, you know, you can't read them. And what we're going to do with this money, we're going to replace all the interpretive signs, and we're going to build a new kiosk next to the boat ramp. Some of those signs, they're on a stand that are, you know, that where there's the direct sign line is just reflecting on them, where it has cracked the signs. So what we're going to do, instead of putting them on the same type of stand, we're going to build a kiosk and place them on the kiosk. So hopefully it'll last longer. And but we were awarded this grant, and that's what this contract's about, the agreement.
Your motion to approve by Commissioner Garza, second?
Second.
By Commissioner Tamayo, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, item carries. Double N, consideration authorization to award bids, RFPs, RFQs for the following. Farm and Land Lease, annual bid number 1477-12, Mathers Family. Commissioner?
I asked that this one be pulled so that I can make an abstention on the vote.
All right, do we hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
By
Second.
Commissioner Benavides, second by Commissioner Tamayo. All in-
Question?
Question.
What happens to Site 1? There's only a bid on Site 2. So-
And surprisingly enough, that the last time this was bid 5 years ago, the same scenario took place. There was no bid on Site 1.
What is it that
So
we're
what-
leasing anyway?
what's happening to that?
Site one,
It's just not leased out. It's county-owned land.
near Los
And,
Indios, I believe.
Exactly. And the last time, there was no takers, so the land sits. And there is a vendor, this vendor is interested in 2, and consistently bids on 2.
So we have 31 acres over there that just sit
It hasn't.
undisturbed.
Right. No.
Can we lease it for bird hunting or something?
But that's
Probably
up-
could.
That's-
The season just went by.
Yeah.
All right, do we hear a motion? Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, item carries. Please note Commissioner Wood's abstention. Double T, County Clerk and staff, Deputy Clerk traveled to Laredo, Texas on October 7th to the 9th, 2009 to attend the Region 8 County and District Clerks Fall Conference.
Yeah, this item was placed on the agenda, and the backup says that the conference provides needed continuing education credits. However, according to the county auditor, they've already met their credits for the year.
Okay. In charge of what?
What is she? Your hours, your credit hours.
Is this a new year?
No, to the end of December.
Is October 1st a new year? No. Okay. Judge Commissioners, this is coming from our Records Management Fund, 404, where we have funding. As you all know, we hosted the annual conference here in Brownsville. Most of our employees, especially our 2 department heads, in the recording and the judicial side, were either busy manning the offices here or playing host at the conference, and they were unable to attend some of the classes that were offered at a state conference. So this is why I'm recommending that we take those 2 individuals with me.
I move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Wood, second by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, item carries. Double X. Thank you, John. Health Department staff, 123 WIC employees to travel to South Padre Island, Texas on October 2nd, 2009 to attend the Southern Region WIC Agency's Post-EBT Conference 2009. Commissioner?
Judge, Commissioners, good evening. We have good news with the WIC program. It's been probably over 30 years since the WIC program has changed their food package, and starting in October, The food package will change, then it'll allow certain food items that hadn't been allowed in the past, such as whole wheat tortillas, fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, baby food. In order to make this transition, the WIC clinics will not be able to provide services on October 1st and 2nd because of the software transition that the WIC state office needs to conduct. So on October 2nd, there is a South WIC program conference to be held at the island.
Is this mandatory?
The training is not mandatory. The contracts have not been signed pending tonight's Commissioners Court because...
No, okay, what I'm saying is that, I mean...
They need the training.
I guess before you go into all this, let's find out why she wanted it pulled.
I just wanted to make a point here. At our last meeting, the sheriff had put in a request that was going to be paid by a grant, okay, or monies that they had gone to secure, and I think he had gotten like 2.2 million, and he was asking that 4 people attend this conference. And I see here where the grant is paying for your deal. They found it facetious last week, or the week before, when I said, well, if this is not coming out of our coffers, it's grant money. And people here laughed, well, you know, it's taxpayers' money. Yes, it is. But that is how a lot of our employees are paid. And when we have an officer or an official that goes out of their way to go and secure more monies because this court cannot fund all of their positions, then I just wanted to make a point. Why is it that 123 people can go? I know you need it. I'm not against it in any way, okay? So that's
we
what I was...
haven't approved it yet, so...
I need to approve,
So,
Judge.
But let me ask a question on this. You have to go in order to get the contracts validated? Or explain why.
This contract has not been signed because
I understand
Cameron County has not made that 100% commitment to go.
I understand.
So it's holding back on the other.
In order for you to obtain this contract,
They have to be trained.
they have to go to this.
It's part of the, yes.
Right.
It
So,
affects all the
now,
other
if you
counties.
don't go and we don't get that, then what's the consequence?
You don't get the contract.
You can't process WIC
That's my point. So what is the consequence to that?
It
By
has
not
a-
being able to process WIC payments?
For this specific, I'm not sure if I understand the question, but
Well,
for this
you're
specific
saying
conference,
123 people because somebody will not sign off on a contract until you go through this. So let's say that the court decides, no, we're not going to send you. What's the consequence?
They won't have the program.
well, they won't have the conference, but neither will Hidalgo County, San Patricio County, Nueces County. It's all conditional on Cameron County attending this conference as well.
I know, but what is the concept? I mean, I know that, but what's
Is
the
this a
consequence?
grant requirement for,
Okay.
well, I believe you
It
said
says
part of it is
mandatory.
mandatory. The training is mandatory, and it's on the email.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to get to, is that, I mean, we're comparing apples and oranges here. One, this is mandatory. The other one was discretionary. But this is mandatory, that if you do not go, then there is a consequence for not going. That's all I'm trying to
That
get to.
would hurt the county. That would hurt our constituents.
Well, it's a new project as far as the food packages, and they're going to provide the training to all the WIC employees. And so the state office is coming down to conduct the training.
Right, so the four-county area,
And
if
actually-
someone bails, then it affects the whole, the four-county region or more?
It affects Hidalgo County, Willacy County, Clayburgh County, Nueces County, and San Patricio County.
All right, so it's a little bit- I just want to make sure that the public understands, we're not picking on anybody, but one of them is really not mandatory.
This is mandated to get the grant. The other one.
And I
you have the-
understand that, I understand
The
that,
other
Commissioner.
one, the grant is already there, and the person mandated to go to the meeting is a sheriff.
And he was not here to defend himself last week, but I think I see,
Well, we're not on that item.
Yeah, they'll have that opportunity when that item comes up.
Oh, okay.
They can defend themselves all day long.
thank you, I move to approve.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Benavides, second
Second.
by Commissioner Wood. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no lunch included on this, or is that part of registration?
Is that just a one-day deal?
It's a
Yes,
one-day
yes,
deal.
Judge.
Okay.
But there's no lunch included?
I believe that the lunch is part of the cost that's in here.
Okay.
It pays for the facility, for the rental of the equipment and so forth.
Or they'll take their lunch.
Okay. 6A, budget amendments, line item transfers, and/or salary schedules.
Judge and Commissioners, there was two packets that were placed before you. There's one that has 3 pages. Those are the line item transfers. You see the large ones. On the first page, there's under the data processing, there's $11,000 being transferred between equipment maintenance and data processing. That's to purchase some equipment that's needed for the, that's a server that needs to be purchased as far as the technology conversion program for the courts. On page 2, under the jail, SCAP funds are being allocated to cover overtime expenses for the jail, and then funds are being moved between salaries and extra help. There's some staff that was hired on a part-time basis versus filling the slots, so funds are being allocated to cover for that. And so the others are, this is 79X. The others are within, on page 3, towards the bottom, on Public Works, allocating funds from fuel. There's nowhere else to pull the funds from for equipment maintenance and vehicle repairs to repair some heavy equipment that needs to be fixed so they can get it back on the road. The larger packet is grants that began September 1st. It's setting up the funding for those. It's health grants and juvenile probation grants. Excuse me. And on page number 5, that's the setting up of the budget for the Operation Border Eagle for the Sheriff's Office, a $2.2 million grant. And the salary schedules that are attached are both for the juvenile grants, the health grants, and for the Sheriff's Department's law enforcement grant.
On these salary schedules, are these numbers overtime pay, or are they?
On the salary schedules?
Yeah.
No, that's the salaries.
They're just part
That's just
of
for
those salaries are going to be paid through the grant?
Correct.
Okay. How does that impact the current budget?
Well, it doesn't affect the budget that we're scheduled to adopt later this afternoon. This is just especially within juvenile probation and the health department, it's probably the largest.
No, I'm looking at Operation Border Eagle.
Oh, Border Eagle? No, that's specifically for, they're hiring 12 additional deputies, 1 secretary. The overtime that's allocated for that is for the staff that's hired under the program.
Okay. So we can anticipate 12 new hires?
Correct.
With this grant?
With that grant, yes.
And a secretary?
Correct.
Are they going to need vehicles?
Within the grant, they're funding all the necessary equipment to completely outfit the officers, vehicles, plus additional equipment. I'm not sure if there's someone here. Oh, the chief is here. Can address specifically the types of equipment that was ordered, if you have questions. But yeah, they're going to be completely equipped.
Okay. And the sergeant salary is the same as the deputy salaries?
I apologize.
Are they all sergeants?
No, they should all be just deputies.
The first one says sergeant.
I apologize for that.
So that's a typo?
They should all just be deputy sheriffs.
Okay.
The salaries are all the same, the $32,000.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all I had.
Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Tamayo. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, item carries. Approval of county claims and payroll.
Judge, Commissioners, I have payroll dated 9/18/09, and the total there is $1,585,968.61. I have the claims register dated September the 4th, check numbers 225174 through 225508. Check number 225228 included in that claims register is to be voided. The next registers I have are September 11th through September the 16th. Those are check numbers 225509 through 225963. Then I have a check register dated 9/17. That is check number 225964 through 225986 for your approval.
Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Gatsa. Do I have a second by Commissioner Wood? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Please note my abstentions on the affidavits that I've provided. Approval of minutes for August the
Well,
27th.
I have one also on 00225711, my abstention.
Please note Commissioner Tamayo's abstention. Approval of minutes for August the 27th, 2009, the special meeting. Have the opportunity to read the minutes, approve them, ready for approval?
Motion for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Tamayo. Do I have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Gatsa. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Item D, Sheriff Lucio and staff of 3, Chief Leinart, Captain Reyna, and Norma Hawkins traveled to Winter Haven, California on September 21st to 24th, 2009 to attend the Southwestern Border Sheriff's Coalition. This item was on the last time. One person was approved.
That's correct.
In speaking to the sheriff, he said that he was not going to be going.
No, there's only going to be one more individual if the court
Oh,
approves.
so
it.
there's still 4 people going?
No, 2, just, there'll be one more. So the court approved 1, we're requesting for 1 more to be approved.
So how many are going?
2.
Two.
Total of 2.
So we've approved, we've
So who's
already
going?
approved one, so
Yes.
we're to approve one more.
That is correct.
Okay, and who's going, Chief?
That would be Norma Hawkins, the sheriff's secretary.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Tamayo, second by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Item carries. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Judge.
Item E, consideration action requesting approval of a change in an early voting polling location for November 3rd, 2009 general election. Is Roger here? Oh, you gonna take it over?
Roger's here.
All right.
Good evening.
What's the change?
The change was done from Cesar Gonzalez Meeting Hall to the San Benito Community Center.
Okay, that's all worked out? Everything
Yes,
cool?
because it was not available,
Move to
the meeting
approve.
hall.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Gatsa, seconded by Commissioner Wood. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Item F, consideration and appointment of 5 representatives, property owners in the area to be annexed, to negotiate with the city of Harlingen for the provision of services in the area to be annexed.
I have 3 that,
Pursuant to Code Section 43.0562. Okay.
I have 3 that have accepted to serve. In fact, they volunteered. And I have their names and
Okay.
phone numbers.
Commissioner
want it
Gatsa,
for
do you
the
have
record?
2?
I have 3 here.
Well, we're not sure. I know that there's a possibility that all of Edna's 3 are in precinct 3. So I would like to make sure that some from
Okay.
your area get appointed too.
Well, they said they were in my area. I didn't have time to vote.
According to the
So-
addresses,
You don't think so?
nope, not on
Well,
Park
they said they were,
Lane.
they said they, I know.
Do I hear a
I
motion?
don't mind waiting, but I'll go ahead and check.
We
with
can
you.
take those 3.
Excuse me?
Can we wait?
Yes, the statutory provision just says that after the second hearing, you've got to
They just
appoint.
had the second
And
hearing.
They just had it yesterday, so you're
Do I
not.
hear a motion to table?
So moved.
By Commissioner Gatsa?
But I would like to give them this name since they were kind enough to say
Sure.
they volunteered.
And I have no problem with them.
Okay, so then, yeah, but we can't appoint 5.
No, we'll,
No, we'll
Edna and I'll
work
get
it out.
together and get 2 more.
Okay, so I hear a motion to table by Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Tamayo, to table, and then we'll just save those 3 names and just
Okay.
add a couple more. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Item G, consideration and selection of 1 or more county projects for a 2009 Formula Justice Assistant Grant.
Renee's here.
Judge and Commissioners, earlier this summer, we submitted a competitive application to the Development Council totaling $2.6 million. It included 8 projects. Since that time, the Development Council decided not to award the funds competitively, but instead to give them to all the different communities in our region equally. The bottom line is that we have $66,179
available for award of projects. We have 8 projects that were in the original application. 2 of those, as of today, had withdrawn. The sheriff's office indicated they were withdrawing their application.
That's on the 466?
Yeah.
Okay, and then who else?
And the juvenile probation department, the 99,000 one.
Okay.
And so I guess where we're at tonight is
So we got 2.1 million in requests and 66,000 to distribute?
Well, you have some projects that are within that range of available funding, but, what we need is either, if the court is ready to make a decision today, we need that, or if not, maybe you can table it and ask the remaining departments to reduce their scope of work to come within budget like you did last time. We haven't been given a firm deadline by the Development Council when to respond, so, I would think that if we could get it done and, by your next meeting, we'd be in good shape. I know the judge has been here all afternoon waiting to speak to the court, and some of the other members, some of the other departments that submitted requests are here too, so you may want to hear from them.
Well, let's just look at it. We got $66,000. There's not a whole lot. I mean, I can tell you that there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 projects that would qualify. One of them is over, which would be the magistrate's court. I don't know what the wishes of the court would be. I'd suggest that you eliminate the constables, the 241, the DA of 1.6 million.
The DA is skeletal. Means it can be brought down to fit under the budget. Matter of fact, I've done it.
But hold on.
From
Yeah, but you've got
1.6 to 66.
Renee, you're going to scale it down from 1.6 million to 6 to what, to 5,000 or what?
Probably will.
Wow.
And I have the estimates right here.
Well, I'm sure you do. Well,
Judge,
obviously,
at the last meeting.
It can't go very far with this. I mean, why don't you, well, unless the court has a recommendation.
I think Commissioner.
Commissioner, you got something?
I just wanted to expand on this. At the last Lower Rio Grande Development Council meeting, I had some communications with some of the smaller communities with their concern that they were always left behind with very little money, and they felt that this was not fair. So they had a review committee, and of course they made their recommendation. But when we got to the meeting, seems like the general consensus was that it should be done across the board as fairly as possible, and that it just be distributed evenly, which of course, in our case, we had several projects that were piggybacking on just one whole request, and that's why we got damaged as much as we did. So I just wanted to give everybody the history, because I know South Padre Island and other smaller communities were upset because they can't even go out and buy 2 vehicles because they get 20,000 in the end because of the population. And so that's why the board decided to go the way they did.
I got lost.
Well, usually, I'm sure it was driven by individuals, as always with that particular group. It's always driven, it doesn't matter if it's ORCA funds, it doesn't matter if it's JAG funds, it doesn't matter, it's whatever that prevailing majority group that shows up, as you well found out again, what they decide occurs. And it's very unfair to the city of Brownsville, as an example, with a population of 150,000, when the other population on South Padre is 3,500, I mean, and they're getting the same amounts, and the amount of services they provide is exponentially larger here. For that matter, Harlingen, for that matter, the county. So it's just another example of equity at that organizational level that I've always had a concern with, that I refuse to show up for meetings to.
Well, we can't do anything about it. That's the way it is until they change the the voting blocks there. But let's go back. I guess I lost you in, were you talking specifically about these monies, the 66,000?
Yeah, this is how they came about.
Oh, but to be divided up
distributed.
equally between all these projects here? or what?
No.
Oh, okay, I lost you, okay.
Community.
Our request was for what, 1 point something?
2.6 million is what
2.6
this
million.
is. Yeah.
And it dwindled down to 66.
66,000. Okay. So then, all right.
Would you like to hear from the applicants?
Well, we can, but I mean, we're going to have to hear from everyone, and they're all going to, they've all got worthy projects. I guess we can start with you. Okay. So y'all have already worked it out? Oh, good, I love it. Sorry, Renee. You're sitting on this side, so you didn't participate in this.
Workout,
We left you out of the workout.
Javier didn't tell you that part, right?
Judge and honorable commissioners, I've had an opportunity to meet tonight with County Court at Law representative, which was Judge McDonald. Divert Court, Ms. Castañeda was the representative here. Emergency Management, and myself. Us, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4 of us have sat down. The constable's not here, so we weren't able to meet with them. But we did.
The DA was?
The DA was, but I think they want it all.
Stayed in the wrong side.
But between the rest of us, the majority, we looked at the 66,000, and we each can accomplish portions of our project on projects that we already have ongoing. And so amongst us 4, we felt it would be fairer if we evenly distributed that 66,000. There's only 6 of us, so that would mean each department would receive approximately $11,000, $12,000, and we could each accomplish what we need to do within that amount. The only, of course, department that was not in agreement with that was the DA's office, and of course, the constable. We tried to see if we could contact somebody, but.
Well, you know, realistically, I mean, Renee, I mean, from $1.6 million to $11,000, I mean, I don't know what you can accomplish with that, honestly, but they could, you know, I mean, I appreciate y'all getting it together, say, it does our job, but would you be willing to give him, well, it brings you down to $8,000 or $6,000?
Did you say, what were you mentioning about the constable's department earlier? You said something.
Eliminate.
Eliminate it, because I mean, they're asking for 241. I mean,
well, you know, I guess we could, in the spirit of goodness, give him the constable's 11,000. They'd have 22.
We're not in favor of eliminating anybody, and obviously we can't go forward with all the projects that we're requesting, but I think in fairness, you know, $12,000 per department would at least give us a little something and take care of it, 1 or 2 smaller projects.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think,
Why can't we do one big project that makes a good impact countywide?
because there's only 3 projects that would qualify.
Okay, well.
Or you
Can
can
we
make
hear from the
combinations
DA to see what he had worked out?
When this grant started out, it was a rather large grant, and what we realized the county really needed after Hurricane Dolly was the scanner program, or a scanner thing. The DA itself has 4 million documents in a warehouse, a leaky warehouse. I think it's La Saca.
How much is a scanner, Renee?
Well, we've got it down to $38,000. And
That ain't gonna work.
And we've got a scanner program for $25,000, but I believe the DA will be able to slip the program into Fund 900 funds, if he's so willing. I have not spoken to him about that.
But you know, I mean, and I support it, but I tell you, I mean, to give you $10,000 out of 60,000 as an example, it's not going to go very far.
I understand
and
that.
I just know if EB Board, as Commissioner Gatsa mentioned, maybe more effective, you know, to do what they're asking, and then just have you guys fund your, you know, through your Fund 90. I mean, it's not going to make or break you guys $8,000 or $9,000, but to them, it's 30 or 40% or 50% of what they're asking.
Well, basically, what we did was we submitted grants based on need, and then we were tricked into dividing this money up by everybody. And then from that trick, we got tricked again at the COG meeting twice.
That's like having it takes two of y'all to go replace Monville.
That's right. That's right. And essentially what happened was the smaller cities do need cars, and everybody's going to do that. But it's based on need and how you can use that. We feel that the scanner program is essential to Cameron County. We're not using it just for the DA's office. With the grant that I submitted, it would have taken us 170 days to get all 4 million documents into a database. Then we pass it on to the sheriff's office. Then we pass it on to juvenile probation. And that's why they withdrew their projects and threw their support behind us.
Why don't y'all do this? I mean, I think it's not really fair just because the constable was not here that he gets slighted out, okay? Because what if none of y'all would have been here except Johnny, and he would have gotten all of it, right? Or one of you would have been here.
Johnny
well, that's not
wouldn't
really
have done that.
fair. But I think I think you include, do the best you can. There's 6 folks.
There's
right?
more than that.
No.
Basically, because the juvenile probation and the sheriffs withdrew their support to throw it behind us. But if you're going to split the money, I'm sure they're going to want to get back in.
You went out and lobbied.
Well, you know what? We got emails to that effect.
Yeah.
They got emails to what effect?
I got emails to that effect, okay?
They lobbied and got some
For the
people
DA's
to
office.
support them.
Because they want a scanner project in
Typical
there.
open meetings violations here, man.
No, I just read it.
You just read it? You didn't act on it?
I'm telling you about it in a duly called meeting.
Whatever, I mean, guys, it is what it is, so we got 66,000, figure
I
out how
have
you
a
want to split it up.
suggestion.
Go ahead, shoot it.
My suggestion is that we make a committee out of all these folks and have them recommend to us how they'd like to spend the money.
Fine with me. And let the,
you guys duke it out, bring it to us.
I have one question about if we have a committee, do we include the juvenile department? Already withdrew, they're out. And the sheriff's department, they withdrew. As far as I'm concerned, they're out.
Yeah, but they withdrew under certain conditions.
but what were the conditions that they withdrew?
Well, that they were putting their support behind
To the DA's
the DA.
initiative.
Yeah, but I don't think that's right, that they get together.
I'm not saying it's right, I'm just telling you.
Give them a
that that's
proxy,
what
and
they-
here, we're going to give you our share.
I honestly don't think they should be penalized just for associating with me.
I don't think they're penalized, but it's,
Well, I suggest that we make a committee of all these folks, and you all bring us a recommendation, but include everybody that applied.
everybody that's currently in the list?
Yes, everybody is currently in the list.
Okay, so not the people who withdrew then?
I guess throw everybody in there and y'all.
Including the sheriff and that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
right?
just get everybody that applied.
But look, and that's fine, but realistically, you got $2.6 million in requests and $66,000. I mean, I think your point originally was good. Try to go where it's going to make the biggest impact.
The biggest impact.
For that money. It makes no sense to, as an example, if the sheriff is asking for $466,000, well, let's give him half a mobile video recorder, and that's $8,000, $10,000, whatever it is. Let's use some common sense here. I mean,
now, if you can convince them that your audio-video equipment is the most important thing, and they want to all recommend and go to that, and you find the difference in money, hey, that's fine. If Renee can convince them that that's the best use, that's fine, just bring it to us.
So we're going to all lobby the sheriff and the...
You're going to lobby each other?
We're going to lobby each other.
But we pretty much, the majority have kind of gotten together. Okay, we'll get together again. We'll get together again and we'll...
It's kind of like the way the money was divided at Lower Rio Grande Valley Development Council. It ended up being divided equally among everybody. So y'all can work it out.
That's what the Lower Rio Grande Valley Development Council ended up doing, and that's what we were suggesting to the court.
Exactly,
that we do the
that's
same
what you were
thing
suggesting to do.
amongst the parties that are here, and not eliminate anybody, the 6 applicants or whatever it is, give them equal access to those funds and let them be able to fund whatever they can.
Because there are things y'all can do with that money, even if you divide it all up among you.
let me hear a motion to table and just bring it back to us. By Commissioner Garza, second by?
Second.
Commissioner Benavides, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, item carries.
Judge, you gave a good argument. I'm proud of you.
It almost worked, man.
She hung in there.
Item
Almost
H,
worked.
FEMA.
Judge, Commissioners,
We got all the money.
I'm sorry. We're working on it, Commissioner. As of last week, unfortunately, we have not received funds. I have been working close with GDEM. Actually, we've been having periodic calls since last week. They have requested additional documentation, which were claim summary forms, Judge, for the audits. One thing that we did come to an agreement was that we could probably do these audits over the telephone. and by doing such would expedite the future reimbursement.
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to acknowledge by Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Tamayo. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the special meeting?
So moved.
Second. Whoops.
We have another meeting coming up.
Judge and Commissioners, my name is Ruben Peña, and I had originally hoped to address you on the lawsuit, the Laguna Madre Enhancement Group, but unfortunately, I didn't realize that it had been set for 3:30 this afternoon rather than 5 o'clock. I want to show you what we get when we go to your website. Garbage. We do not have access to your website. I have access to the school district. I have access to the Brownsville City Commission. I have access to state government. I have access to the Filimon B. Vela golf tournament. I have access to anything, but this is for about the last month what we get when we try to access the county website.
Where are you located?
No,
Where are you
access that every
located?
day.
This is what I get.
Maybe it's your computer.
No, I'm not the only one. There's a large group of people here.
Robert, can you, I was on it today.
The agendas available.
I had a Royal City residents that were able to get into it.
Judge, in no one's defense, I log on daily. Matter of fact, I was just on it before I came to the meeting.
You know what, why don't you, can you take them to your system right now and maybe it's a wrong address?
I'm
or
not
something?
the only one, because this wasn't even my copy. This was Mary Helen Flores' copy. And this, this is the problem that we've had trying to access it. Sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
Actually, you just made an interesting observation. Maybe
the other thing,
maybe you're just blocked, I don't know.
I was going to say, there are certain people that are blocked.
I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, kind of check it out.
That's not the only one. We have a Cameron County Regional Mobility Authority that does not have last month, we were trying to find out where they were going to have their meeting, where it was going to be held, and we cannot access a website for that organization either. I know it's got a lot of funding, so you'd think we'd be able to have that access. At any rate, I, along with a number of other people, are very concerned about the lease. I know that you went into executive session. I hope that you understand that a large number of people are totally against that lease and do not want it. We want it revoked. We want it to be set aside. We want the access to Isla Blanca to continue as it is. We want improvements on Isla Blanca because it does not just belong to the precinct that our Honorable Commissioner Benavides says, but it belongs to the county, to all the citizens of this county. And I would hope that we would treat it as it truly is, and that is a jewel for our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me address a couple of things. One, and I think that if your inability or other people's inability to get, log on to our website, that is disturbing because we all go every day. I mean, I even do it from my house. So that's kind of disturbing. Secondly, the explanation of the lease was discussed. I know you weren't here, but you had other folks here. We explained. I wish we could get out of it, like the way you're suggesting, but we're being told that we can't. But that's for legally.
I'll watch it on TV.
Yeah, that's for another day. But for now, Robert, do me a favor.
If you can get into the right channel.
Yeah, Robert, can you take them real quick and just give me the address and just see what's happening?
Yeah, it's
because that's disturbing. Our computer guy's here. I mean, Joe?
Yep.
We don't have any.
We're going to try to log on here.
I just logged on. It brings it up.
Yeah.
It must be my computer that is.
I mean, I don't know, man. Well, I will make a comment in regard to that. Years ago, certain individuals were blocked out from the county system because I had people trying to send me emails at my county email address, and they were totally blocked out, Mr. Peña.
I'm not a conspiracy above.
Okay.
So I don't believe that you can do it that way, but.
Yes, you can.
Well, you may well.
Joe,
But who on earth would want to do that to you,
And
Mr.
I'd
Peña?
appreciate, we have another meeting coming up. I tell you what, once y'all do that, can you come back and just report back to the court through, today to see what happens? Okay?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the special meeting?
So moved.
By Commissioner
Second.
Tamayo, second by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, item carries. Now we go to our regular meeting. We'll dispense with all the other stuff.
Go straight.
This is a regular meeting, Commissioners Court, September the 17th, 2009, and now it is way after 5 p.m. First item, presentation regarding the layout floor plan for the terminal building at the Cameron County Airport.
Judge, Commissioners, for the last year or so, we've been working on a capital improvement program at our county airport with TxDOT Aviation. One of the projects we're working on is a terminal building, and today with us is our project architect and our project engineer, and they're going to give a short, quick presentation on our layout, where we're at, just so that you all are up to date on where we're at. Thank you. Philip Pawlik and Greg Bailey.
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. We just want to run through the foundation layout and the side views of the building. I brought the design architect, Greg Bailey, with me. He's actually doing the design on the building and has the layouts. I think the first two elevation views aren't in your package, only the foundation layout, so if you might have to look at the screen.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Greg Bailey. I'm with the LPA Group out of Columbia, South Carolina. We are designers for your project. Very good. Thank you. All right. If I may direct your attention to the drawing, basically go through the building as if we're just walking through. At the top of the sheet would be the what we would call the ground side, and on the bottom of the sheet would be the air side, where you would in plane. Coming through the front door, we would, which is essentially to the upper right, we would come into the lobby area, and if you will notice, there are some dashed lines there which indicate some essentially tray ceilings. The interior of the lobby will be like the rest of it, of the building, with concrete floors and geoboard walls. So in order to kind of minimize the amount of reverberation, if you will, we've added that feature. Immediately to your left as you come into the door, you will see the counter area for the flight base of operations. Behind that, there were two offices. One will be a county office, and the other will be for the flight base of operations. Continuing on down in the lobby, you'll see a conference room again to the right, and the conference room, I understand, will be used for not only conferences with visiting dignitaries or whoever, but also the county. Down the corner there, we have a vending and coffee break area. Continuing on into the more or less what we consider almost a private side of the general aviation terminal. Beside the public restrooms, which we have on the left as you're going down the hall. On the other side would be for mainly the pilots themselves. There is a fully handicapped accessible unisex toilet, and then a flight planning area. To the extreme upper left, there will be a pilot lounge. Of course, the other rooms are occupied by mechanical and electrical spaces. These elevations are the east and west, or the sides of the building. You'll notice that we have put colonnade down both the air side and the ground side. Essentially, that will provide some shade to the building. The building will be proposed at this point with a shingle roof, metal trim, and a synthetic stucco system for the facade or the walls, if you will. All of this will be based on 130 mile an hour wind, which is what we're required in this area. And so therefore we are using hurricane resistant construction throughout. These views will show you the colonnade as well as the entrances to both the ground side and the air side. Are there any questions?
We've had numerous meetings over the course of the last year in this design. The last one, of course, was last week when TxDOT and Philip came in, and the last changes that TxDOT suggested were incorporated into the design, which was, there were about 3 things that were incorporated. We eliminated another area that became the unisex toilet area, because they had 2 different pilots lounges, and we figured that it would serve a better purpose if the unisex toilet area included a shower, which is something that pilots regularly use when they fly in. They want a shower to be able to go in there and use, so that was incorporated in there. All the glass being used is Dade County approved glass, which is hurricane resistant glass. And again, Greg mentioned the stucco finish, which will resist missile projectiles.
The term is small and large missile
projectiles. So
why would the pilots be showering?
What's that? Because they fly in, wait a few hours, and then fly out. That occurs very regularly out there.
We should have an extra one
The
somewhere.
pilots are oftentimes left there while whoever's
doing business or
riding
whatever.
is doing business somewhere.
I guess I've had a mental block about showers.
Yeah, well, I did too, but when I listened to the presentation, and it was, most of the suggestions came from not the judges, but the pilots, okay? In regards to the shower, okay. Everything that we were asked to incorporate into this to make it go was incorporated. Philip's been working with us, Pete and David also, and we just need to allow for this approval to be approved, this layout, and that will take it to the phase where they start developing the plans so that we can go out to bid.
Any questions? Do I hear motion to?
Excuse me, you have the funding for the
Yes.
planning that's going on?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, all the funding
Motion
is
for
in place.
approval.
Second.
Okay, this is an acknowledgement. Moved by Commissioner Tamayo, second by Commissioner Wood. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Consent items, all 1 of them. Do I hear a motion to approve consent item 2A, preliminary plat of Horseshoe Bend Estates? So moved. Moved by Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Action items. Consideration and authorization for final plat approval for Bass Lake RV Park Subdivision Precinct 4, being an RV 2.38 acres of land, being all of Block 6A, re-subdivision of Blocks 1 through 8 inclusive, Adams Garden Subdivision B, Cameron County, Texas, according to map thereof, recorded in Volume 9, page 50, of the map records of Cameron County, Texas.
Judge, Commissioners, this is an item that was brought up last Commissioners Court meeting and was tabled. I believe there was an issue about the berm around the subdivision. We did meet with legal Dovia last week. There should be a memo or something that was in your package of information of the findings of the particular issue at hand, and I think we came to a consensus that the berm around that subdivision, that the county's position is neither to approve or disapprove the berm,
but that the plat itself does meet all the requirements or of the...
Yeah, but I don't think that was a question, not the question that I had anyway.
The legality of illegal...
Not the legality.
Then coming back to
No.
us.
The question that I had to legal was, how can we ensure that the pump system that is being specified by the developer will be in place legally? How can we, there's a pump system that they're utilizing, right?
Yes, sir.
That they say they're going to utilize to make sure and pump the water out when it gets to a certain level. Right?
Yes.
To drain the area.
Yes.
How can we make sure that that pump system is in place? Was there a way to legally require that or not?
There's not.
That was the question. The berm and everything else, I mean, that's...
So legal said that there's not. That was from my conversation with you, Ernesto, that's what you told me.
That's correct.
You had checked with legal, and there was no way that we could
Correct.
legally force them.
Correct.
So there is no way to make sure that,
And that's,
that these folks don't get flooded? Because if they don't have a pump system, it's kind of like
No,
we're seeing
keep
with
in mind
retention. Look, it's got,
Yes.
we're seeing it with retention ponds that are not being maintained, that are overgrown and full. And the subdivision developer comes in, makes a subdivision, puts in the retention ponds. There's no maintenance on those retention ponds. And then it becomes part of the subdivision lot owner's responsibility, which is non-existent in most cases because folks, that's not what they buy when they buy it. Then it becomes a county issue, and there's no way for us to,
There's not any way to control the berm, Commissioner.
control the what?
To control the pumping and the flooding against the berm. Not any way for us to do it, for the county to do it. The only issue that the county had was an elevation issue, and we could require that. And my understanding from engineering is they have met the elevation requirement. The berm is not a requirement of the subdivision. It's just something the subdivision themselves put up. And it creates the ability to collect water, which has to be pumped out of there. That's not a county issue, and if anybody in the future addresses you for that, it's simply not, it's something that's between the people that purchase or that rent or lease those lots and the subdivider. If it becomes a health issue, that's a concern you can pass on to the health department. But short of that, there's nothing the county can do.
Richard, I can understand why Commissioner Garza brought that up. Because of the fact, if you will recall, after Dolly, who did they come to? To the county. And we were there for weeks and weeks and weeks, and we spent a lot of our budget pumping water out for them. But unfortunately, there's no legal process that we can do this. Now, my question is, can the county look at our subdivision requirements and so on and maybe refine them to where we can protect ourselves a little more?
That would be a legal statute or something. The subdivision rules and regulations are passed in accordance with state statute, and if there's a specific requirement or a rule or regulation that engineering proposes, we can look at it and see if it's something that can be added. But it's not just, it's not just out there in a vacuum. It's controlled by statute.
Well,
And this is the berm is, Commissioner, I understand what you're saying. This is a different issue, though. The issue of flooding by Dolly, I addressed that. I spent considerable time in one out there. And one of the things that was determined by engineering at that time was the original subdivision. It wasn't approved yet. But the way it was designed was below elevation level, being near water. And the subdivision rules and regulations require a certain elevation when you're close to a body of water. And it was my understanding from engineering that problem, it has been addressed. In other words, the subdivisor has increased the elevation. That's all we can address. The berm itself,
by building a berm.
no, my understanding, I asked, my understanding is they didn't increase, if they did that, then I've been misled. My understanding is they did increase the elevation, and then they added a berm also.
You all went out there twice, Ernesto, am I correct?
Richard, is it correct, that we did have backfill, we raised the elevation as required, and that's why we came in?
That's all we can do right now. I think we need to,
burn came
and I'm
after the
not
fact.
saying, Richard, that we can't check and see, make sure that it's legal, right? I really think that those of us that have had those problems, and I've had plenty of them on 281, with developers using retention ponds and so on, and then, where does the water go when it gets full? I'd like for us to work on our regulations that we have in place, and then let us suggest some of the things that we might put in there and check with legal and see if it's possible and get them in there if we can.
We can do that.
This one, Commissioner, I already knew that we
It
couldn't.
may have to be legislation done or something to introduce something, but as at this
Because,
point,
we had the calls even on Bass Lake.
Yes, sir.
Because
I'm over here.
we visited over there.
Oh, yeah, they called the whole road.
And then we had the threatened litigation for contamination because of the septic systems overflowing. And here we are, we're approving 25 more systems.
Well, I don't think, Commissioner, I believe this is the first approval. I don't think that, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that subdivision was ever approved by the county, was it? No. And this is it. In other words, they actually, and I got correspondence from the Attorney General's office where they were addressing the developer and getting ready to take him to court because they had actually occupied part of the subdivision before it was approved. Yeah. So that was beyond the control of the county. We had never approved the subdivision.
Well, who issues septic system permits, Richard?
That's with the health department.
Well, that's county health department.
But
no, but they went back and when we raised that elevation, those septic tanks were raised to that condition where that it wouldn't contaminate the body of water, I guess. That's approved by the health department. We don't get too involved with them other than that it didn't meet their requirements.
Well, you need to get involved with them because, the elevation of a septic system in relation to contamination of a lake are critical elements in health issues county-wide.
Well, they recommended that they didn't have any problem with the septic system as it is.
Our hands are really tied on this one. We've been with legal on this, and that's where it has to be.
Well, based on the recommendation of our engineering department and our legal department, I move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Tamayo. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Item B, consideration and adoption of the budgets for the Cameron County General Fund, Special Road and Bridge Fund, the Law Library Fund, the Employee Benefits Fund, the Debt Service Funds, the International Toll Bridge System Funds, the Park System Funds, and the Airport Funds for the 2009-2010 fiscal year.
I'm not sure if this is legible. Judge and Commissioners, within your packet, there was a summary sheet by fund of the individual, by fund, actually, for the prepared budget set for your vote. The middle column, which says the 2010 approved budget. There was also supposed to have been delivered a CD with the agenda, which included the line item detail by fund, by department. It didn't go with the agendas. I apologize for that. I believe you all have copies of that now. I also placed, since then, before you, a handout which has it says the general fund on it and has the individual departments, and there's numbers. And what these are, they're replacement pages that would go within the budgets, and I'll explain what those are. If you go to pages, the last 3 pages, which is page 143, 141, and 142. 2 weeks ago, when we were trying to finalize the budget, we were approximately $43,000 off, $44,000 off. And there was a position that was going to be eliminated within the jail division, which was a lieutenant's position. That had been factored into the budget that was prepared and that was submitted to you. Since then, the sheriff's office has stated that they cannot eliminate that particular position within that division. So the revision to the budget is within the jail department, adding back to the salaries, the salary and fringe associated.
Let me ask you, what changed from then to today or yesterday?
I'm not sure if Richard wants to address it. There was possible, the position was filled in essence.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
already.
after further review, it was something that they felt that
So
they
it was
could
not
not
a
eliminate.
position that had been vacant?
It wasn't a
It
vacant
wasn't a vacant
position.
position,
Okay.
correct. So it's staying in place. So those dollars were added back to the jail department, salaries and fringe. And so this was at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So the only place where we had, in order to make the offset, to make the budget balance, was we went to the M&O jail, and what was reduced was the split 50-50. The total amount was $42,000.14, and it was split between the line items of building maintenance, line item 6064, and 6067, equipment maintenance. So the M&O jail budget was reduced by $42,000.14. The jail department budget was increased by that amount. That's the only change. What I included, the summary pages, which starts with page 53 to 57. Of course, the department totals change, but the total revenues and expenditures amount stay the same. Therefore, what was included in your backup, the summary sheet by fund, and it looks a little fuzzy up there, but is correct. The total dollar amounts allocated to each fund. What's of interest here, and I guess with the discussions that's been going on, the overall county budget, which includes these funds set for approval for 2010 compared to the 2009 budget, decreased by over $1.2 million, the overall budget. But in reality, it actually decreased by another $1 million. If you notice within the Park System Fund, it's showing an increase in budget of $1.3 million. But what accounts for that is there's a grant that we received from the state for shoreline stabilization in excess of almost $1.1 million. So that's why that particular budget is showing an increase of $1.3 million. So in essence, if we had not received that particular grant, it would show a decrease of $2.2 million in overall county budget from 2009 for 2010. If you have any specific questions.
Yeah, just a question, just on the, let's go back, I know you've got this detail. Nothing changed from, other than the 45,000 that we were short from the last
Last
time, 40, whatever the number, yeah, 42,000.
Correct.
So really, this is just a breakdown, but we're still dealing with the same numbers that we had just in bulk.
Correct.
Now this is the detail. And to this detail, there's a backup on that CD that you provided of every line item.
Correct.
Is that
And
correct?
I'll provide you a revised one with the replaced pages.
Except for the change on the last page.
Except with those changes.
Except for the change.
Correct.
Okay.
And there were no changes in the idea where the sheriff had requested him being in charge of maintenance, which would save 90-some thousand, and possibly using that 90-some thousand to fund the solid waste program?
Originally, that had not in the original CD that you had, that was not included.
But now it's there.
The actual transfer of the operations or of the personnel for maintenance or the maintenance and operations budget can be done at any time. The transfer of that particular aspect of it is not necessarily a budget issue. The Commissioners Court can vote on that. There was savings that the sheriff had said that if it was under his control, that he could realize specific savings. The court never officially took action on that, but because of this last-minute change that had to be implemented, some of those savings were actually implemented into the M&O budget, which were some of the savings that he had for equipment maintenance and building maintenance to the tune of the $42,000.
Okay, you say that that could be changed later on if need
Yeah,
be. However, the problem would exist then that the people that are solid waste program won't be around then.
Well, no, I'm speaking specifically to just transferring
I'm speaking to, using that money to keep the solid waste program alive, which apparently is not going to happen from what you're telling me.
We never received direction from the court to implement that.
I think that was one of the cuts that we all kind of, were going line item by line item.
I think that the We're-Going Development Council increased, it was a grant funding, and we would have had to come up with $80,000 more dollars?
It was going to go from 80 to 100, 108.
Right.
$108,000.
Yeah, we had to come up with that difference to be able to keep the program. But, he's going to have 12 more deputies on the road with that grant that he's hiring.
Correct.
He may be able to roll in on some of these new additions, these folks.
These duties, I'm sure he could roll in these
I
folks.
think the duties on these 12 people are going to be restricted to what that grant of over $2 million allows him to use them for. I'm losing it.
Okay.
If you'd like for me to go individually by fund.
No, we did. I think we've been working on this process since, I don't know, since June. Anybody remember? June?
Yes.
May or June, and, with every meeting, we've kind of whittled it down, and I think the purpose of going through that whittling process was to trying to get a consensus from the court in terms of going line item by line item, and if I remember right, I think we were pretty much had a unanimous vote on everything, if I could recall, going through these things. Every budget item, the penny transfer, the penny rate increase, the cuts that we've done, whether in the warrant officer positions, or the enforcement, everything. We went line item by line item to see if there was any, either suggestions of how we could make up the difference if we're not going to support it, or so we just kept doing that. So
On a weekly basis.
on a weekly basis, we've been meeting every single week. So there's nothing different here from what really the court through, in spirit, kind of approved. Correct. As we've been going over the last 6 weeks, basically.
Correct. Over the last several meetings, and specifically the meeting when the court went item by item and it decided whether to
right, if I remember right.
exclude things or include things within the budget.
Okay. Any questions?
I just want to express my reservations on the Road and Bridge Fund again, as I always do, because I think that, the reduction in that fund
It's going to hurt
is
us.
going to come up at the end and bite us. So next year, we need to be prepared to make sure that we...
And you're right.
That doesn't happen.
You're absolutely right. And the biggest cut anybody made was Road and Bridge. That was the biggest cut that was made.
And I think that's probably bringing Road and Bridge back to about where it was, not this current year, but the previous current year, to the 2008 budget.
But again, I think the court had limitations, either do that or re-raise the tax rate by an additional penny. And nobody wanted to do that.
We've been augmenting that fund with the Colonia projects because we've been able to come in under budget on some of those. And we've been augmenting them because what we've done in those areas has not taken maintenance dollars or new construction dollars, okay?
That's right.
So,
Well, that's the only reason that we're going to be able to survive to a certain extent this year, even with that 1.5 cent
and if
cut.
ORCA doesn't come in,
Right, we'll be in trouble. That's
we're
what I
gonna
was
be
going to say.
sunk.
And if ORCA does come in, we're looking at this first round of about $4 million, which will take care of a lot of the problems with the roads that were damaged by Hurricane Dolly, and it will, some of them probably needed some repair on them to start with, but they were more damaged when the Dolly came through.
Yeah.
So some of those things will be taken care of. And if we get the second round, which they're talking about, that's, hopefully we can allocate some more money out of that for road and bridge.
Well, actually, John, what happened is that we had to take care of some of those roads. We couldn't wait. Buses had to go through them, so it hurt our construction of roads that we should have been doing on county roads. At least that's what happened in our precinct. We couldn't wait.
And that's a problem that I think everyone's seeing with the federal government getting money to local governments to be able to take care of problems that were created by natural disasters. There we need to be talking to Washington and Austin about how they can get the money down here faster. It's over a year since the hurricane. We haven't got that money yet. Hopefully we get it this week.
It's been a tough budget. I tell you, anticipate having to look at 3% cuts next year again, or maybe more, or maybe a little bit less, but...
Well, I hope we don't, and I'm sure we all hope we don't, and I know a lot of the folks that I'm talking to, and I'm sure some of them y'all are talking to, feel like that things are turning around, and that hopefully by this time next year, and there's always this hope, that we'll be back on track to where we were a couple of years ago, and get some of this stuff behind us and be able to move forward. That's what a lot of people are saying we're going to be able to do, including, I think, Geithner and some other people. But, the people in Washington, you have to be careful about what they say.
First and foremost, we need to make sure that we keep our employees at the forefront of whatever occurs next year, because this year, while a lot of neighboring municipalities and political subdivisions have allowed for raises in their organizations, we have not.
No.
And that's difficult because a lot of our employees are on the lower end of the pay scale. A lot of them, depending on family size, qualify for lots of different subsidies and government assistance programs. Our employees are our biggest asset, and we do need to be taking care of them.
Yeah.
Well, life is just isn't fair. I mean, you can analyze where we cut, and there's some people that sacrifice more than others, let's face it, in trying to balance the budget.
And oftentimes, it's the ones with the least that sacrifice the most, percentage-wise.
Okay.
Now we've heard all the sermons.
Yeah.
It sounds good. And it's very true.
Church is Sunday.
That's right. It's very true. I don't know how the vote's going to go at this point, but let me prematurely thank everybody for all the hard work. Javier, Marta.
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody that participated in the process, all the elected officials for coming through with the cuts. And we hope we don't have to do it next year, but, I think, Pete, those bridge system reports are critical. I mean, almost on a monthly, to see where we are in terms of budget versus actual, because that's going to basically set the tone for how we're doing. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve all the budgets as listed in item B?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Tamayo. Any further discussion? All those in
Judge,
favor,
I would
please-
like some discussion.
I'm sorry?
I would like to make a statement.
Discussion.
If we approve this budget the way it is, okay, don't we have to set the tax rate first?
That's
To be
all it is.
able to,
We have to approve the budget first.
Yeah, you got
There, actually, because of our population, it doesn't matter. If there's up to a certain population where you have to adopt the budget first, and then you have to adopt the tax rate. We've always done the budget first to comply with the statute, even though we're above the population requirement. But if that wasn't there, the statute requires that you adopt the budget first and then set the tax rate to
fund it.
To fund your
On the
budget.
Any further
You want
discussion?
to do 2C first? or 2D, or?
It doesn't matter which way we go.
Well, I mean, isn't that where we're going to get our money from?
We've always
No.
done it this way. At least 9 years.
Don't matter to me.
It doesn't matter, we'll get it
I
done.
don't think it's going to change any votes, but it seemed like we would figure out whether, that we're going to have the money before we adopt a budget to spend the money, but we're only talking about a few minutes.
The choice.
Unless we
It's up to
don't
the court.
unless
It's
we
up to the
don't
court.
adopt C, then we don't have the money to fund the budget.
That's right.
And that's, I think, the bottom line of the question.
Okay, we've got a motion, a second, unless you want to retract it and go to item C first.
No,
It really
I'm
doesn't
ready
matter
to
to me.
vote.
You
I'm
want to
ready.
stay with that?
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Okay.
I'm not going to change anything.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Don't understand that, but okay. Item passes. Item C, consideration and action setting the tax rate for the fiscal year 2009-2010 at .363191 per every $100 valuation in accordance with the attached order for the tax rate.
Move to approve the property taxes being increased by the adoption of the tax rate of 0.363191 for every $100 valuation.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Gatsa, second by Commissioner Tamayo. Discussion. We went, and I wasn't going to say anything, but, we went through every item going through this budget. There was a consensus from Commissioners Court on every single item. Nothing has changed from the last time where there was a consensus that was built, or I inferred there was a consensus built. I didn't hear any negatives. And then to vote against the budgets that everyone has worked so hard to put together without an explanation as to why. What is it that we adopted that there was an issue with you all? I mean, what happened from the time that we looked at every item and you all agreed to now?
Personally, I don't think there was a consensus on every item. There was discussions. There was even additional discussions about transferring more funds from Road and Bridge, but every meeting since that came up, there have been a lot of discussions about how that just won't work, although I personally think it would work, and I realize it's a Band-Aid method, but I think we're in a Band-Aid year. I think that by this time next year, we'll be able to look at different things and would hope that we could put money back into Road and Bridge.
So if we would have transferred more money from the Road and Bridge system to the general fund, you would support the budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And of course
But that puts it, the budget in a different light too, and as long as we don't have to increase the tax rate. Right now, and we all know that there are a lot of foreclosures, there are a lot of repossessions on automobiles higher than normal. There are a lot of people that have lost their work or are working less hours than they've been working. There's a lot of hard economic times right now. And, let me draw a little analogy. I think probably most of us, if you listen to any PBS radio stations, have heard the little advertisement on railroads, on trains, how, and it has to do with energy savings and green and all this type of thing, which is good. It talks about moving a ton of material, commodities, by train, that it only costs or only takes 1 gallon of fuel to move that ton X number of miles, and it's a lot of miles. That's kind of like saying, adopting 1 cent only costs a homeowner that has a $100,000 house 83 cents a month. But the train, what they don't tell you is the train is anywhere from 7,000 to 8,200 feet long on the average. And instead of it takes 1 gallon for that 1 ton, but it takes about 7,000 gallons to move the whole train. And taxpayers have to pay the entire tax bill, not just what the increased amount is. So when we have a taxpayer that has a $80,000 home, their tax bill runs them about $36, a little over that, every week. And if they have a $100,000 home, it's $45 a week that they have to put aside to pay just the taxes, not only the counties, but the cities and the other entities that they're taxed on. La Feria is one of the highest taxed areas, along with Los Fresnos. Los Fresnos and Rio Hondo are probably the two highest gross taxes that people have to pay. It's just really difficult for people to make those payments now.
Well, I think everybody knows that, but, you know, but it's unfortunate that it's so myopic, because everybody understands that. But, you know, and it's easy for, you know, for one to say that when they've got, you know, 16% of the road miles, and other precincts combined have over 70% of the road miles. They need that money in order to keep their roads going. It's good, because I was a commissioner in this chair for 12 years, and we're able to pave a lot of the miles that don't need paving now. Now they're just maintaining. I agree. I mean, raising the tax rate is difficult, but I also disagree that we went line item by line item by line item. And I'd go back and look at the record, but I don't remember you even suggesting that we transfer more than a penny. I never heard you say, I want to transfer 2 pennies or 1.5 pennies. It never even came. There was consensus with every line item. Even when we got to the tax rate, there was silence. When we got to the transfer, there was silence. Yeah, you said, well, I'm willing to forego some money here, but you never put it in the form of, you know what, let's transfer more than a penny.
You know, that transfer deal, I first came out with transferring about 0.5 cent right at the first inception.
Well, we did a penny.
And then a penny was done, and all I heard from that time on was how that penny is going to devastate us.
Well,
what was I going to do?
So, okay, well, then, you know, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You recommended a 0.5 penny. We supported a 1 penny.
And the reason I recommended 0.5 penny was because I felt like that's about what comes in the precinct 2 area.
Well, but
and
you
I was
can't,
allowing the other commissioners to come to the table and make some recommendations.
You can't be myopic like that, because we have a consolidated road system, you know, and I'm sure you know that now. But we do not have precinct by precinct, you know, and to suggest a 0.5 penny because that was going to be okay with you, you know, then we took a penny. I just don't understand the rationale. You know, you suggested 0.5 penny to take care of precinct 2. What about the rest of the county? We did a penny to look at the whole picture, and now you're saying, oh, and I wanted to do more. That just doesn't make any sense to me. But even then, if that's what you said, we went line item by line item, and you not once ever said anything about doing more than a penny. Not one time. And the same thing with the 1 cent increase. We talked about it. I said, you know what? Then where do you want to get the money to do this? Where, if you want to balance a budget, where are you going to get the money? Let me ask you just a question. How much more do you want to take away from Road and Bridge that would make you, and is that your position too, Commissioner?
I have to disagree with what your memory, how my memory serves me, Judge. The first time that Commissioner Wood suggested any more than a penny transfer, you brought up the fact that, well, that was going to devastate the Road and Bridge, and the other 2 commissioners agreed.
I don't recall ever.
And I mean, we were just discussing it. Mm-hmm. And several times since then, it came about again, and again, you all said that no, that was going to take away because it wouldn't affect us, but it would affect them. And I agree. But I'm going to tell you something, Judge. I think that the projections that you all have, and you're the CPA.
Who is you all? Who is you? Who is projections? Who is you all?
Well, it's not your budget, isn't it?
No, it's not my budget. That's the budget officer and the auditor, not my budget.
Okay. So, however it may be, Judge, however it may be. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Before I vote on increasing our taxpayers' rate, okay, I would like to see us. How do we know that we're going to be in a deficit?
Oh my God!
Just because you may have underestimated, Judge.
I'm not underestimating anything. Those numbers did not come from me. Those numbers came from.
Wherever they came from,
well,
Judge. How do I know?
You need to address that question to the auditor and the budget officer. Because
and they don't talk to you?
Yeah, we talk all the time as to where we are.
Well, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is this. Why can't we commit, if we have fund balances, not only in the general fund or wherever else we have it, maybe we're not going to be 1.3 million short.
No, we could be more.
We
or
could be more,
less.
or we could be less.
But I think you're addressing
But at
the
the
wrong
same
person,
time-
Commissioner. I
Okay.
think you need to address
Well,
the budget
you're
office.
saying that we here, I'm talking.
I'm asking why you voted against it. You're saying because
I'm
you
voting
all-
against it because
well,
I am not going to shoot my taxpayers when maybe it's going to be, we underestimate it, and we can
I'm not
probably
talking
get,
about-
I know, you
these are
can
every-
out-talk me, Judge, any way you want.
No, these are everybody's
I'm telling
tax-
you right now that is why I will not support it.
Then that
Because if
means-
we have a balance, okay, then when we cross that bridge that we are in the deficit, then we can transfer in money
So
from
you,
funds.
but we can't adopt a deficit budget.
Why not?
It's illegal.
You can't adopt a deficit budget.
It's illegal. You cannot do that.
And we have to
Let me ask you, I asked Pete,
for revenues. We cannot set revenues. If the revenues are not certified by the auditor's office, we cannot say that money's coming in, okay? Period.
These aren't my numbers.
I mean,
you know,
But Judge, I want to go back, and I know that both Commissioner Benavides and Commissioner Wood have been very kind after Dolly. They went over there, they saw, my precinct was hit the worst, as you well know, and I thank you for being there and helping out. But Commissioner Benavides, you have how many county miles?
57.
57, and John, you have how many?
72, something.
72. Now, let me tell you why I have been concerned about taking any more from Road and Bridge. I have 525 county miles. And many of them, if you've been in my precinct, and you have been, you know that some of them don't even have caliche. And people live on those roads. Buses go through there. So that's why, you know, I'm looking at this, and if you were in this shape, I would sympathize with you. So I certainly don't want any more taken away from Road and Bridge.
And
We have
Commissioner,
people,
I understand that.
I wish those miles didn't have people on them. I'd be thrilled if they didn't have, but they do.
and I have a
They do.
bridge right now on Nelson Road that a bus will not drive over because they've decided that that bridge is unsafe to their buses. And we've been working on a plan to get it funded, and we have maybe $700,000 identified, but it's gonna cost $1 million, okay? And, you know, it's fine and dandy, but when the residents that live on that road say, you know, the only thing that separates me from that side is that bridge, and I've got to go either walk across that bridge with my child, which is probably more dangerous than the bus going across, and take the child to the Rio Hondo water plant where they get picked up, or go around 12 miles to take them to school. And you know, I mean, and I can't, I says, well, we don't have enough money. You know, I says, well, find it, do something, you know, I mean, and then I have to explain to them that we're losing money in the fund that we use to do those works. And that's just one example. And, you know, I mean, and I harass our transportation department, I harass our engineers, you know, I harass TxDOT.
What does that particular bridge cross? And I'm assuming it's not big
It
enough to be
crosses-
on.
It crosses a drainage and a resaca that feeds all of the Arroyo City area for irrigation.
I'm assuming it's not big enough to be an off-system bridge from TxDOT.
It is an off-system bridge, but they will only fund a certain portion of it.
And we have to fund the rest.
And the rest have to come, they fund 461,000, I believe. Yeah. You know, and I sit here and, you know, I mean, I don't want to raise taxes for my constituents. It's the least that I want to do. But I tell you what, though, it bothers me when I sit here and listen to you because, you know, I've been open-minded in incorporating any change and any reduction and even being willing to give up funds in that particular fund that really impact my precinct, not as much as it does, but to a large extent it does, you know, to make this budget work. You know, we've gone through all the line items. I mean, tonight, you still wanted to fund the solid waste. I know it's an important division, but where's the money? I mean, is there more money in this budget somewhere that I don't know of? I mean, are the revenues totally out of whack? The revenues that you based coming in are based on tax revenues, bridge transfers, inmate population. You based all of that on the numbers that exist this last year. You based the revenues on the historical values of what the bridge system has done in the last year. We get a quarterly report that shows us exactly what we're getting. Money's not going to appear. I don't want to go through Hurricane blank in November, and we're still waiting to get paid from FEMA for last year's expenditures, okay? And with no fund balance, I'm not going to put my constituents in that situation.
But the same token, we may not have a hurricane.
We may not.
We may not.
We may
But
not.
I still feel that, I mean, you work on projected revenues, right? Based on what has come in the past year.
It's based on a historical trend. All of those factors were considered into play, and all of those collection rates were also considered in projected revenues. Our office has a fiscal financial responsibility to continue to gear the county in a positive financial growth in an unstable economy. All of those factors were considered. We have projected revenues on a basis where we think that they are attainable. The county has a responsibility to maintain a strong bond rating so that when the county needs to go out for bonds, that the rating is there to ensure that we get fair rates. And that's a responsibility that we owe to our constituents. And all of our revenues are projected based on historical trends that we have seen, historical data, and on how the economy is going right now. And we will continue to monitor the revenue on a regular monthly basis as we enter the new county fiscal year. And that is what our revenue is based on.
And I appreciate that, Martha, but I'm going to tell you that the way I see it, you raise taxes when times are good, not when they're bad. That's the way I see it.
You raise
And
taxes,
it's not,
but you need to
and it's
fund
not,
it.
exactly. And you know what? Everybody comes here and tells us, well, you're the lowest tax rate this county is. Well, I think that the leaders in the past and the present have to be commended for keeping it down. Because sure, I can stand up here and I can say, okay, I'll raise it 5, 10, 15 cents, whatever it is, you know, but that's not the idea.
Commissioner Rodriguez, where do you want to cut so that we don't
I'm not
raise
saying
taxes?
cut. I'm not saying cut. I don't mind approving the budget, but not with a tax increase.
We would have to reduce. Balance it, you know.
Maybe we're missing something. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Okay.
Well, one thing that we're missing is that adopting a deficit budget is not acceptable.
But would it be considered a deficit budget if we were to commit funds from fund balances, and if we need to, then we would use them? We would transfer them in and not any time before that? And maybe the revenues will come up at the bridges. Maybe the revenues will come in with the rest of the fees.
And if the revenues...
A couple of days ago, I called you or sent you a text message, and that message was what?
You asked me to look into the possibility of transferring surplus funds from the bridge system into the general fund as opposed to increasing tax rate. Got with the auditor's office, I got with our financial advisors, and the decision, my recommendation to you was not to do that. We had just gone through a rating review by the rating agencies, and we kept the same rating we had on the bond issues because of the fact of the level of surplus that we had, and because the court was considering increasing rates at the bridge system. In addition to that, I can tell you that the last couple of years, we have budgeted our bridge revenues very conservatively, and even though we budgeted very conservatively, we still, at the end of the year, have been low, from anywhere to $750,000 to, over $1 million, and it's, very difficult to budget revenues on international crossings today because of the, uncertainty on international issues and affairs. And so even though they're budgeted conservatively, I cannot guarantee, I'm sure the auditor cannot certify that whatever revenues from the bridge system that are in the budget, is what we're going to collect, at the end of the year, because, that's way out of our control.
So I did ask.
Yes, yes.
And that was the answer that I got. So I did go to look for surpluses, because I wanted to somehow avoid this 1 penny increase. But at the same time, if you want to draw on fund balances, it's not a good idea.
And I realize that,
Well,
Judge, but that doesn't mean that we're going to have to.
Hold on, we have to deal with the numbers in front of us. We cannot, and these are projections based on history. If they come out better than they were supposed, that's great, but we can't make a decision betting on the come. And what you're suggesting is going, adopting a deficit budget was, you cannot do. Going to surpluses, our fund balances today are low. We should be at 60 days, 75 days worth of operations in our fund balance, and we're at 40 some odd days, 42 days, whatever the number is. You cannot do that because it takes away from the financial integrity of the county. And I empathize with you. I understand that, but not wanting to do something because, let's adopt this negative number and maybe things will get better, and maybe they will, but then again, maybe they won't. And I, as one, am not willing to sacrifice in adopting a deficit budget. It's that simple. If you have another solution as to how we can avoid raising the tax rate, we've had 4 months to come up with it. 4 months, line item by line item for both of y'all. And I never got, other than the half a penny on road and bridge, and that was it. And now we're here, and I anticipated this. I thought it was too good to be true that we actually had a consensus. And I disagree. We did go line item by line item by, including the code enforcement folks. Yeah, there's a suggestion. What about this? What about that? But at the end of the day, it appeared to me that everybody was on the same page. No one wants to raise a penny, but at the same time, I think you're being somewhat myopic with just thinking, well, we're going to take care of our little precincts over here because we've only got 120 miles combined, so we don't need the money. I'll give that. Well, my commissioners to the left, are sacrificing a lot by doing this, and in good conscience, I think transferring an additional penny would devastate that fund. And they would not be able to maintain the roads that they have. But again, it's unfortunate, and just for the record straight, I did not influence the revenue stream. As a matter of fact, I went to Martin and said, look again. Make sure that you've looked under every corner to find additional revenues, because I don't want to do that. But I also am not going to ask her, because she won't do it, to certify revenues that are not going to come in. They're not going to come in. And, so why are you going to budget another $2 million just to make it balance? And it's not going to come in. Then we're just in a bigger hole than what we are already. So, this budget was worked on very hard. I'm disappointed because I truly believed it was a hard-fought budget. We weren't able to give raises. If that's the case, well, then let's give a raise and go into the hole $2.7 million instead of, 1.3. That just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Judge, I want to clarify something. As I stated, the need for the monies for the roads on those over 500 county miles, that's not anticipating a hurricane. God forbid if we get a hurricane, it'll be even worse. I'm just talking about trying to catch up with the miles and miles and miles that don't even have caliche, and they have people on them. I don't have a 4x4 to go get people out when it rains badly. I take the truck away from the foreman and the assistant and I, because we feel it's our obligation. We don't have the roads the way they should be for the buses to go in, and so kids, I have kids that have to go approximately half a mile, some even more, to catch a bus where there is a caliche road. I mean, you have to walk in our shoes to really understand it. And I sit here, and I'm sure people are watching, and the ones that have never been around these areas must wonder, are we a third world country? Well, my precinct, parts of it, and we've improved it with the help of a lot of people, but we have large areas. And the thing is that people are building, and we're not keeping up with fixing the roads that they need. And we get calls from the transportation director from the school districts. I'm having to deal with the San Benito School District, with the Los Fresnos School District, with the Rio Hondo School District, because kids from my precinct go to all those school districts.
As long as the county's growing, and I think it's going to continue to grow, it slowed down this year, and a lot of people are going to be moving into the rural areas. I don't know that we're ever going to have the money to keep up with all the roads in the rural areas.
But that doesn't mean we give up, John.
Well,
And that
I
doesn't
understand
mean we
that.
take more money from this fund, so we do
We do have a problem
less.
this year, and, you know, we could tighten our belt a little bit more in that area and make the changes next year.
And the fact that I only have 57 miles doesn't mean that my constituents, I have 57 miles that are heavily populated. And I do have a 4x4 that my husband had, but I also go on the beach, and that's why I have it.
Well,
And,
you need it.
you know, I need it,
At
but
all.
I mean, really and truly, I mean, to downplay the fact that I only have 57 and you have 500, that doesn't mean that my roads don't need fixing. And yet, I mean, you all get the greater portion of the monies from Public Works or the Road and Bridge Fund. So, I mean, that doesn't mean that I don't need my money.
No, I'm not saying
You know, and the only reason that I've agreed to is because I'm really counting on the fact that the state will approve our ORCA funds and that we will be able to do some work at least until the next budget year.
Any other discussion? Javier, thank you for the job that you did. Martha, thank you for the job that you did. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I have a motion and a second on item C. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed, item carries 3-2.
Judge, I need to read the...
You want to read them in?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. General Fund, .295955, Special Road and Bridge Fund, .025585, total M&O tax rate, .321540. For the interest and sinking funds, 1995 road bonds, .001462, 2002 road bonds, .000531, 2005 road bonds, .000754, 2008 road bonds, .001600, total for unlimited tax road bonds, .004347, for 2008 certificates of obligation, .004169, 2005 refunding certificates of obligation, .004850, 2005 certificates of obligation, .005919, 2004 certificates of obligation, .001965, 2004 refunding certificates of obligation, .001022, 2000 certificates of obligation, .007209, for total limited tax road bonds, total limited tax bonds, .025134, lease equipment financing pledge, .012170, for the total interest and sinking funds of .041651, for a total county tax rate of .363191. Thank you.
Thank you. Item D, do we have to approve those, or are those already approved?
They're approved.
They're approved? All right. Item D, Cameron County Commissioners Court will conduct a public hearing to consider a plan for the Cameron County District Clerk's Office Technology Fund, Senate Bill 1685, to fund the preservation and restoration of the District Clerk's records. Do I hear a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Tamayo, second by Commissioner Gatsa. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are in a public hearing. Anybody wish to make a comment on this? Eric, do you want to?
Just to say that Senate Bill 1685 authorizes the district clerk to charge $5
with the approval of the Commissioners Court, to preserve and historical records, where is it? Preserve and restore records in the District Clerk's office.
Thank you. We are in a public hearing. Anybody would like to make comment on this issue? Do I hear a motion? Close.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Historical records or all records?
Sorry.
I mean, it's for restoration and preservation.
And restoration of records.
Not necessarily historical.
No, but we're going to do some historical records.
But, yeah, but not necessarily
Not
just
necessarily
like this.
historical records, yeah.
Okay. It's not going to limit that
No.
fund expenditure only to historical?
No, it won't.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments? $5.
They use whatever comes into the
Whatever
fund?
gets collected on a yearly basis, we'll come back to Commissioners Court with a plan, say, we're going to do this. If you approve it, we go ahead and do it.
Do you have a projection?
I believe the last time I was here, I think it was about $20,000 a year.
$20,000 a year?
Yes, I forwarded that information to the county auditor, and she made that.
Okay. And Martha, on that $5 increase, you have factored that into the budget on the 20,000?
It's a special use.
All right. Well, I mean, it's in the budget as a restricted use.
It's in the budget.
All right. I'm sorry?
Not yet.
Until we get there.
Not until they get the money.
Right. But they will when the time comes.
And we'll go to the purchasing department to make sure we cover our bases.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other public comment? Do I hear a motion to close public hearing by Commissioner Gatsa? Second by Commissioner Wood. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. None opposed, item carries. Item E, consideration and adoption of the Cameron County District Clerk's Office Preservation and Restoration Records Plan as required by Senate Bill 1685 of the 81st Texas Legislature. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
By Commissioner Wood, second by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, item carries. Item F, consideration and authorization to set a fee of $5 for the Cameron County District Clerk's Office as the District Court Records Technology Fund pursuant to the Preservation and Restoration Records Plan for District Court Records and pursuant to Senate Bill 1685 and the 81st Texas Legislature. Do I hear a motion to set the fee of $5? By Commissioner Benavides. Do I have a second by Commissioner Tamayo? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, item carries. Last item. Item G, consideration and appointment of a Board of Adjustments to review variances to Padre Island zoning regulations pursuant to Code Section 231.018. Richard?
Judge,
Go ahead.
at the last meeting, we discussed this, and the consensus seemed to be that the court would like to appoint 5 members of the 7-member zoning commission, and that's appropriate. So I put it back on for appointment, and you can select 5 of the 7.
Well, when I do it, I made names of the 7, the first 5 that Commissioner Gatsa gives me, then those will be the 5 that'll sit on this zone.
You're talking about the 7 from the planning zoning?
Yes.
Well, and I'm not sure the problem will ever come up, but because this board probably won't meet very often, just when someone actually wants to change something that board has already done. So it doesn't seem to me like.
I asked Richard that,
You can do
question.
it, you can do it, but the way it actually ends up working is you're asking, you come before me and I say no, or I've got it zoned this way because I decided to zone it that way, then you come before me to ask for a change in it.
Richard, you want to address that because you're shaking
No,
your
that's
head?
not
That's not the way it works.
It may be the way it works in a municipality, but the statutory scheme, the zoning commission sets the districts and the regulations in a district. They do not address variances.
That's correct.
They cannot. Now, once they're in place, the engineering or administration will approve any application or deny any application for a variance based on their review of both subdivision rules and regulation and zoning regulations. If their determination is not consistent with what the applicant wants, and the applicant wants to move forward, then they Then they file an application to the zoning commission. The zoning commission then makes a decision of whether to uphold the administration's denial of the variance or not. And that's never, the zoning commission can't even do that.
Well, they make the application to the Board of Adjustments.
To the Board of Adjustment.
appeal what the zoning commission has already set. And we're saying now these zoning commissioners are going to be the ones on the Board of Appeals, which makes it difficult for them to make a fair and open decision.
There's no prohibition.
There's no prohibition to it.
Yeah, I understand your point now, Commissioner, and that's a point to
In other
consider.
words, it'd be like a rubber stamp, okay?
If I said no on zone, or I decided it should be 10
No.
stories
Yeah.
on zoning, and you want a 12-story building, and you're going to appeal to me because it doesn't fit, then
You gotta say no again.
am I going to say you can have 12?
Right.
Too likely.
Then it comes to us.
No. Appeals.
Then it goes to
Engineering.
District court.
district court. It goes to a court of record. You are a court of record, but you're really not set up to handle an appeal.
I thought we were the ones that, because of the court of
If we
record.
don't have a Board of Adjustments, it comes to us.
Well, okay, I think there's two different, as I'm understanding, there's two different questions here. Commissioner Garza is asking where it comes from the Board of Adjustment. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's where, I thought we were the court of record.
You are a court of record, but you're really not set up to handle an appeal.
Accommodate that.
But, it would more than likely go to the district court.
We don't have the budget.
Well, I think you need to answer Commissioner Wood's question. Is that problematic?
Is it problematic? It's a consideration, and I mean, it's not illegal, that's all I can tell you. It's a consideration. What he's raised is that you're going to have the board of, the zoning commission setting the regulations, and then you're going to have them, or a group, a smaller group over there determining whether or not to grant a variance to their regulation. The variance isn't really an attack on the regulation. It's someone, there is a statutory guideline they have to consider, and they can't just either grant it or deny it in a vacuum. They have to consider if the variance would be consistent with the overall plan. If it's not, they're supposed to deny it. If the variance won't cause a problem or be inconsistent with the overall plan, then they should grant the variance. But, I mean, I can't argue that there may be some idea in a person's head not to grant a variance from what they've fixed. I mean, I can't argue with that, but that's not a legal issue. It's something you can consider. It doesn't keep you from, the last commission meeting, you asked, could I appoint the board? No, you can't, because there's 7. Then the question was, could we have members of the board sit? And yes, you can.
And
they're not prohibited.
to me, the simpler way to do it would be to appoint 5 people that are not on the planning and zoning board. I don't know.
You can do
It's a
that.
problem because actually this board won't be meeting that often or regularly, just when they have the need to meet. And in doing that, I also would suggest that we have a couple alternates, if that's possible by statute. I don't know if it is.
It's not.
Because if you have to have a supermajority to make a decision to overrule a zoning, then you're going to have 4 or 5, and if 1 or 2 people don't show up, then you've got problems, and it impacts the people that are looking for any type of adjustments or changes in what they would normally be able to do within the zoning regulations that are already established.
I understand. No, the statute is clear. It says 5 for a term of 2 years, and you wouldn't have any authority to vary that.
Authority to appoint alternates.
It doesn't give you authority to do that, and I don't think you'd have authority. I think when the statute says 5 for 2 years, that's it. They'd have to continue the meeting.
About the names. I mean,
I don't care what you want to do, it doesn't matter to me, I mean, I hope we have, I try to get an objective individual named to that board, and hopefully he'll do a good job, and,
Herb, you got a
you know,
question?
I mean.
Sure, please.
Thank you, Judge. My name is Herb Houston. I'm sitting now on your new county zoning board.
Congratulations.
You're one of these 7.
You're one of these 7 here. You want to serve on that board also?
You might take mine off. I've been there a little while tonight. But anyway, and I also had the pleasure and honor of serving on your beach and dune. But in my capacity in real estate and in building, I've come across many planning and zonings and boards of adjustments. And something that Mr. Wood has intimated is what concerns me is because these boards of adjustments, they do not meet very often. I mean, only, long time in between meetings, and to get 5 people who will dedicate themselves to make sure they're there, because if you get called up only every 4 months for a meeting, and you got a chance to go get a Whataburger, you're probably going to go get the Whataburger. And if you don't have a quorum, or if you don't have a full 5-person board there, the person that's making the application for a variance is really at a disadvantage. I know on the island, because I've gone before them before, until recently, the Board of Adjustments and Appeals, they had 2 alternates. When I lived in Mission, they had alternates. So I don't know if it's something that was specific to municipalities and not counties, but I know municipalities have the authority to have alternates. So the city secretary calls the 5 people, 1 person can't be there, she calls the alternate, so at least the applicant goes in and you got a full 5-person board there, and the chance of a better chance of appealing to 4 out of the 5 for the decision you're looking at.
The other issue we have is we've got 7 names here. If one of them is yours drawn, are you willing to serve on the Board of Adjustments and Appeals and be on the zoning board?
I thought about that, and once the board, the Planning and Zoning Board gets established and gets rules in place, when I've had to go before the Board of Adjustments, it's usually for nuances, small things, and as long as it's in keeping with the overall plan of the providing for the services and whatnot, and you can prove a hardship and things. I think people can set on both, because once the new zoning ordinance is presented to you and you vote on it and it's in place, it might be a heck of a long time before someone comes along. Well, it's not going to be, because I know there's a variance coming up pretty shortly, but I think they could serve. But also at the same time, 5 other individuals and 2 alternates would certainly be a good idea too. But I mean, again, you've got to keep their attention, and with the infrequency of their meeting, at least if you use your zoning board that you've got appointed, you've got people in the process that are working, that have knowledge and come together routinely, and you just might have a better chance of keeping people interested and really knowledgeable on the process, whereas a person, just a Joe Q public, and he's only called 2 or 3 times a year, it may be hard to keep him interested in doing the right job.
Or focused on it.
Well, the last time we talked about this, again, I inferred there was a consensus that we would draw the 5 names from the 7 appointees. Now, maybe that changed also, and that doesn't matter. I mean, whatever y'all want to do. I asked Richard that same question that you asked, and he gave me the same answer. It's not, he didn't see a problem with it. You're saying,
No, I'm not saying there's a big problem, but I would really try to find, if you can find 2 alternates, that's the way to do it.
We can't do alternates.
We can't.
Well, why can a municipality have alternates?
Because they live under different rules than we do.
But a general law city, is ruled by,
I'm just listening to the.
No, I can answer it real shortly. The Enabling Act, the only thing a county can do is what it's enabled to do. A municipality can do whatever it is not prohibited from doing by the legislature. That's the difference. And so municipalities have a lot of discretion, counties do not. And the Enabling Act says this: a Board of Adjustment must consist of 5 members to be appointed for 2-year terms. That's it. And when the legislature speaks that clearly to a county, that's it. That's all we can do.
If that's all you can do, that's all you can do.
Whatever the wishes are, it doesn't matter to me. If we're not going to do it today, then we got to come back and everybody come up with a name. That's what you want.
I would like commissioners to address the issue of, there is a standard, and I think the people that you appoint and would appoint are objective and reasonable people. And the statute says that in considering a variance, they will only authorize it in specific cases, a variance from the terms of a zoning regulation if the variance is not contrary to the public interest and due to special conditions, a literal enforcement of the regulation would result in unnecessary hardship, and so that the spirit of the regulation is observed and substantial justice is done. So if you adhere to that standard as a board, even if it's a sub-board of the 7, I mean, that's pretty controlling, frankly.
Okay. What do y'all want to do?
But it's up to you, it's up to this commission who you want to appoint. That's.
So does Commissioner Wood, you really have a problem with this? I don't really care which way.
Yeah, I do, but, you know, if we want to do it, fine, but obviously, whatever 5 is drawn, they need to be asked whether or not they're willing to serve.
Oh, yeah, to serve.
Because,
Just go ahead and do it.
And not we go to the next one or the next one.
Yeah.
All right.
and then we may end up appointing 1 or 2 or
Pull 'em out,
whatever.
David.
Because you got to make a
I'm going to
decision.
pull the last
Read the
one
name
that
out.
you will ask to serve. Roman Esparza. He's not on the board. Okay, I'm pulling out 2.
Okay, those are like the 2
Oh, those are
potential.
the ones that are not
Luis
coming?
Hernandez.
Okay.
Those 2, you know, didn't get chosen. Those 5 are chosen.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Well, I
okay.
don't-
Luis Hernandez and
And Roman are
my appointee didn't.
mine too.
Robert Fudge. Herb Houston, well, you know. Well, we know who the rest are going to be. Horacio Barrera. We know who the 5 are now. Took all the glamour out of it.
Well, I was going to appoint the same one anyway, so.
Stanford Knowles and Doyle Wells.
And if any of those don't want to serve, there's 2
Then we've
more.
got
Those are the
Luis
2
Hernandez
alternates.
and-
Okay, gotcha.
And Esparza.
Okay?
All right.
Move to approve the.
Moved by Commissioner Gatsa.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, item carries. Do I hear a motion to adjourn? So moved. By Commissioner Tamayo, second by Commissioner Benavides. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed, item carries. God save this honorable court.